Good morning, honorable members. Let's settle and be ready to start. Casey, can you close the door for us? Oh, okay. But switch off that thing. Honorable members, let's start with our meeting. It's 9. Let me welcome you all and welcome the minister and your delegation, the DG and your delegation. Just to say, we have lost a member of the committee, Honorable Stole, who was with us for a short stint because he was replacing another member, Member Putelezi, who passed away. So we are again hit by this unfortunate situation. Maybe even before we continue, let me request us to stand up and observe a moment of silence. May his soul rest in peace. Thanks. Thank you very much. And thanks very much, Honorable Khakil. I'm told there will be a memorial service tomorrow in Katlego, and there will be a funeral on Sunday in Nkandla, KZN. But we'll get more information from Casey as to what is happening. Can we move to the next item, which is, I think, is the adoption of the agenda? This is the agenda on the, is up. Yes, adoption of the agenda. This is the agenda on the screen. Can I get a motion for the adoption? of the agenda as it appears. Honorable Kakakilwe.
Thank you, Chair. I move for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Can I get a seconder? Honorable Makakula.
I second. Thank you. Good morning, Chair. I second. Thank you.
Thank you very much. An alternative view? Nothing. Let's move to item 3. Apologies. Secretary.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to everybody in the House. Chairperson, I've only received one apology from Ms. Dlamini. She's writing exams today, and she said Mr. Bloss will be standing in today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other apology? Nothing. We're on item 4.
Good morning. My name is Boetumelo Tage, the new Parliamentary and Cabinet Support for the Deputy Minister. There's an apology on her behalf. She is currently in the Cabinet committees that are taking place at the same time, but she will join as soon as she's done.
Okay. Where's the other one? Were you always the PLO?
The PLO, Tembani Makata was the PLO, and also, so she was an acting PLO for the TM, but then HOO, head of office. She is the head of office now in the TM's office. And then Boitumelo then is the PLO.
Okay. Okay. No, thanks very much. You are welcome. This is your first meeting, eh? You are welcome. Thank you very much. You are in good hands. You are sitting next to the minister there. That person next to you is the minister. Thanks very much. You are welcome. Honorable members, today we have the agenda as it appears on the screen. In our last meeting, Honorable Stole was supposed to ask some questions, but he had to leave the meeting to attend to a Chief Whip's forum. And I remember I said to him, please come back and answer that question. But he never came back. And today we are here. We really lost a soldier. He was a father to us in this committee. Last when we were on an oversight in Free State, he observed a bit of tension amongst members of the committee. Some spoke to him. He came to me and said, Chair, let's have an informal session so that members can cough out. And we had a heart-to-heart session as members of the committee. And issues were amicably addressed. So he was really a pillar. With his experience, he was contributing positively, and we really lost an asset of the committee. We're with his family in prayers, and we still say, may his soul rest in peace and rise in glory. I got a communique from, who's that lady from Stellenbosch? Nuran. I got a communique from Nuran about the Kayamnandi issue. People who are being evicted. I'm not sure, Minister, whether you got it, but I see the DG must have got it. I answered her this morning and said, I acknowledge receipt of your email, but I'm going to forward it to the minister. Of course, that's the normal route to follow. But he also sent me another email to say, thank you, Chair, people are not evicted as yet. So I'll still forward it to the minister to attend to it. We are, I think as members, we want to know more about this first home finance, so that we are able to advise our constituencies. Last week I got a call from one member of parliament who was with the community members, and they wanted to know more about this issue. I then called the CEO of NHFC to say, here are the people, can you advise them? She then called me 2 days later to say, I've spoken to your people, Chair, and I think they are sorted. It's an important product which is an intervention for people to own their homes. When you own a house, it's your pride. Kasrareshu, DG, you know, if you drive around showing off an expensive life, but not having anywhere to sleep, is an indictment. So that's where you start. So owning a house is really a pride. At the same time, we'll discuss we requested the minister to give the committee a report on continuous allegations that are surfacing, coming from whistleblowers, anonymous people, also coming from honorable members, especially DA. I think DA as a political party represented here by Honorable Mpiti and Honorable Pool. They've been vocal about issues of NHFC. We have seen some of these things in the media, and I think it's proper that we brief the committee so that we lay the matter to rest. It may not rest forever, but at least there will be an understanding that we are dealing with the issue. So those are the issues that we'll deal with today, honorable members. I'm told you are live on TV, and I've seen that when committees are live, there must be drama. I want drama today. I want to chase somebody away. I don't know why what happens in other committees is not happening here. I heard that yesterday somebody was chased away from a meeting by the chair the other week, and it always happens in this room. So we are in the correct room for drama. Thanks very much. Let's go to the next item, which is about the first home finance. But before that, I'll give the minister just to give us her opening remarks, and then she will direct us as to how do we move on. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good morning to honorable members. Thank you very much for the invitation. I think I must emphasize the apology that was raised and recorded by the Office of the Deputy Minister, in the spirit of also ensuring that we are able to cover both areas that will call for the ministry at the same time to attend. In some instances where I can't delegate, I request to be excused on the committee. But fortunately today it's not cabinet, but rather a cabinet cluster meeting where she can fully be able to represent, and I'm here. Thank you very much, Chair. 2 items as the agenda has correctly been adopted. The first issue, well, let me appreciate firstly you see I'm avoiding drama. That's why I'm even forgetting some other things. Let me appreciate the team that is accompanying the ministry, led by Director General. Next to me is DDG Dumalisile and DDG Ngongo on the other extreme left of me, next to the DG. Of course, they've got support staff behind us. We'll be exchanging in terms of sharing with the portfolio on the 2 items that have been adopted into the agenda. Safe to say that the first presentation, Chair, as you have correctly indicated, deal with the GAP program, which government initiated it at the initially as called FLISP, and it changed to full meaning really of first home finance program, so people could also have a clearer and a determined understanding of what does it try to achieve. You will realize that in our approach, we are not necessarily focusing on the figures. You recall in our last portfolio, where we were discussing APPs, we were able to show the slight improvement with regard to the program, which I think had a take in the past financial year to around 5,000 or so, doubling up their budget and their allocation, which they'd been requesting in the previous years. We're trying now to pull members into a more determined rollout, including rural areas. So we're sharing mostly a policy shift that we think it is of importance to even extend such type of a program into areas that predominantly were not at the start of the program and the policy directive attended to. And DDG Dumalisile will then showcase even the brackets ending right up to about 22,000, and some of the discomforts that we have with regard to the closeness of a person who earns 22,000, which equals relatively to a reduction in the fund that a person will receive. We do not yet have an articulative process because it then involves policy shift, it involves more additional funding, but we wanted to say to the committee who are at the grasp of the program, and this is how we intend rolling out. Chair, I will do one opening remark so that we do not reintroduce the items as well. On the second item, the portfolio had requested correctly so, as we were discussing the APP of NHFC, to say, yes, Minister, you are here, you have come, you have showcased what will be the next financial year about, but we are worried about issues which relate to outstanding investigations, and we want to specifically deal with that report now that we have had the policy and the governance direction of the next financial year. The second item, Chair, is specifically about that. We have tried to look, and DG will lead the presentation there. We have looked into the allegations and we are putting a report with regard to possibly what did the board do, what will be referred, but broadly, Chair, We are in the process. Had our committee, actually our social cluster, not cancelled yesterday, we have an item for the tabulation. Today it's economic cluster. Yesterday we lost the social cluster due to other pressures, and not by the department, the cluster itself. We are ready to tabulate our appointment or recommendation for the appointment of the board, including the vacancies that are in other entities. You will recall we lost one board member as well in another entity, PPRA. We had a resignation in one entity. So we're dealing with the NFHC, including the filling of all the gaps in all the other entities. The approach which we have taken as the boards exchanged in December, January, was then that you forward all the reports, that the close-up report of the old board into the new board. For example, NHBRC, the close-out report had the George matter, the close-out report had the CEO matter, and currently there's a hearing that is continuing, now undertaken by the new board, having received a full briefing from the close-up report of the old board. It's not necessarily the only board. I'm just highlighting that a close-up report was given to the Minister of Human Settlement by NFHC, tabulating some and critical issues that we will be discussing. Of course, not only that, but also the policy direction, which we'll be talking about as the first item, not only on NFHC, but broadly on how we could repurpose NFHC, including alternative programs like government housing, a policy and government housing program. We wouldn't be talking about that, Chair, today, but I do believe that with time, we may also come back, because it's a program that has a huge potential and can also be of assistance to our public service. We are working jointly with National Treasury, PIC, and the Department of Public Service and Administration, using both NFHC and possibly social housing may also be there. So we're still at a discussion level, and I do believe that once we firm up those issues, we'll then come back to the committee and say, we do believe that it's quite a huge program that could be of assistance into housing our people. I think, Chair, let me leave it there. We will be guided, obviously, by members, but I always emphasize the commitment that we have as a department that I lead every time an opportunity arises and there is a need by the portfolio committee to call on us to come explain one or two of the programs. Some will actually even initiate, as I say, once our issues have been before Utsula, you come and explain to the head of the house, I've been cooking at the corner and now your food is ready. May I dish? So you won't see us dishing, and you will receive questions from ordinary citizens, and they know you are serving in this committee. You are like, no, let me go and ask a minister. We believe that we need to shape together and then roll out together. And let me appreciate the oversight that the committee is playing. Once you left Free State, you don't know the number of calls I received from the officials in Free State. Minister, come back. These people, hey, were very heavy on us. And I'm not sure, I'm told you are going to Northwest. I've been there already. And it's in a good spirit. There has to be oversight. There has to be accountability in the positions of responsibility that were all assigned either at the national level, provincial level. We appreciate that. It can only make us stronger, and if we're stronger, it can only be for the benefit of the citizens that we are supposed to be servicing. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Minister. Just to say, we still expect a report from the CFO who was leading a delegation to Free State. There are issues that were outstanding. meetings of the municipalities and so on and so on. We still expect that report, but you'll be duly briefed as to when that report is due, so that we are able to table it. And indeed, since we went to Free State in particular, there's continuous communication, especially with the HOD. He's always reporting this and that progress on a number of issues. DDG?
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to the honorable members of the committee, the Minister, the DG, and the Minister's advisor and the colleagues in the meeting. Chair, we are presenting to the committee this morning a program that the Minister has already alluded to, which we now call the First Home Finance. I see on the screen there's a bit of drama that side. On the side of the members, there's no drama. I think it's yellowish, that side it's blotted, and this one is clearer, so at least I'm comfortable. Chairperson, this is the presentation outline. We will look at the purpose, and I think the better part of the details will start from the second bullet point, where we're looking at the program itself, the First Home Finance Program, and we'll also look at the project and actions to grow the program, as well as the footprint nationally. I do want to indicate, the Minister did speak to that or touch on that. I do want to indicate that this program is actually implemented through the National Housing Finance Corporation, our NHFC, at this point in time, so members should not be surprised that we will keep on referring to NHFC. They are the national implementing agent of this First Home Finance Program. We'll also look at the program risk and policy issues, as well as the program outlook and the concluding remarks, and as far as the presentation is concerned. Chair, we are presenting for the committee, to the committee to take note of the progress made thus far in terms of implementing the First Home Finance Program. We want to take the members as far back as when the program was initiated. The Minister touched on that. We do have this program contained in the Housing Code, which is our housing policy. And when it started, it was initially called the Finance Linked Individual System Program, which most of the members would still remember it as FLISP. And later on, it was renamed, and currently we're going with the name First Home Finance, which is making more sense to everyone. And this program is targeting the category of households that may or may not have also been approved for various programs that are on the market. The approval on the housing loan that would have been secured by a mortgage, or secured through the pension or provident fund, the housing that is secured by the cooperatives or the community-based schemes, or the unsecured housing loans and individual saving facilities. Now, what is the First Home Finance Program? This program is a once-off housing subsidy. So government does make subsidy available to make sure that communities or citizens of this country who do qualify can actually have an opportunity to own a home for the first time in their lives. That subsidy is meant to assist the members. Initially, when it started, it was targeting a different bracket. We will talk to that, which did not perform very well. And that bracket initially was the bracket that could actually be able to go to your banks and apply, and could not qualify. This is closing the gap between those who can qualify for an RDP house, but also who are deemed to be earning more and would not necessarily qualify for a bond or a mortgage. And this is trying to bridge that gap in between. And this is a gap, or the market that we call the low middle income households, what ordinarily would be called as the gap market. Now, the household should generally be able to actually earn between 3,501 to 22,000 per month. Now, this subsidy is actually calculated on a sliding scale, and this is what the minister alluded to earlier on. And we will, there is a table that will actually unpack that clearly. On a sliding scale, where a person or a household is earning an income of 3,501, would ordinarily qualify for the maximum subsidy, which is 169,265. And where the household income, which is a total gross income, is sitting at 22,000, which is the threshold, would ordinarily qualify for 38,911. So, it's more biased to those who actually earn far less, and a little bit challenging to those who are earning more. Now, on the slide, Chair, we are giving an indication as to where we're coming from with this program. On the left-hand side, what would probably be your right-hand side as you're looking at the other screen, we have what we have termed the old mortgage option. So when it started the program, it was targeting those who are in the gap market but are earning between 15,000 and 22,000. And those would be the ones who would ordinarily then go to the banks and apply for what we normally call the bonds. And that subsidy will then assist them, which will serve more like your deposit, because ordinarily they wouldn't have deposits and the banks would want a deposit. And secondly, it was more on targeting those who were in the urban areas with the land that will have a title deeds. And lastly, this would be the income bracket that I have indicated. Now, the program during this period, and this is the period when we used to call it FLISP. The program during this period did not do well. The uptake was not good, and it was more rigid. It excluded quite a number of people who are in the missing middle or the gap market, who wanted to own houses but were actually earning far less than 15,000 or 22,000. They were excluded. This program has since been repackaged. And in the repackaging, it then opened up and made sure that at least we have a wider market, and make sure that everyone who wants to own a house has a possibility of owning a house. If you look at the last bullet point on your left, which is my right, where we have it as new various options in addition to mortgage, the last bullet point says now we have then stretched it beyond the 15,000. We have taken it as far back as the households who are earning 3,501 up to 22,000. It accommodates basically almost everyone. But we didn't actually end there. Now, as we go back up to the very first bullet point, we have then stretched it beyond just a mortgage application, but we also are accommodating the unsecured housing loans. We are also accommodating the pension-backed loans. We are accommodating the government employee housing scheme, employer assistant housing scheme, community schemes, as well as the rural areas that the minister alluded to, areas where now you would ordinarily get a PTO as proof of residence. This is what it's not acceptable when you apply for a bond. They want a proper proof of residence. And we could not accommodate the rural areas with the old program. But with the current program, we have then stretched it beyond the borders or the boundaries of the urban areas, and we are now actually in the rural space, and that's why we are accepting the permission to occupy as proof of residence. Now, when you look at the sliding scale that I was referring to in terms of the subsidy quantum, this is how we're actually sitting at. When you look at the 3,501, those who are earning between 3,501 and 3,700 would ordinarily qualify to benefit for a subsidy that is 169, and it will go down like that up to those who are earning between 21,801 up to 22,000. They will qualify for 38,911. Now, what does the First Home Finance buy as a product? The First Home Finance subsidy can help you to buy an already built house, whether it's a brand new house or it's an existing house, as long as it can fall within your bracket of the household income. Secondly, it can buy a housing stand, but there are conditions to what kind of a housing stand. The housing stand should be in an area that is zoned for housing. And secondly, that stand should actually be connected to the municipal services. It also pays for the building of a house on a stand that is your IRDP projects. These are our projects where we would have ordinarily bought the land, serviced the stand, and in most instances would then build your BNG. So if you want to buy that stand, then you can actually have that stand. And lastly, it can actually assist in the rural areas where there is a vacant land that has been formally and officially and legally allocated to you by the authorities in that area, and we do have a permission to occupy, then you can actually qualify to be able to get a subsidy and build a house. And lastly, it can also assist partly for the transfer costs where you are buying an existing house. Who may apply for the First Home Finance subsidy? Now, we're looking at the household with a combined gross monthly income that is starting from 3,501. Secondly, you should be a South African citizen with a valid ID, or you have a permanent residence with a valid permit. The third one is that the applicant should be legally competent to contract, and also that person should be of sound mind. Now, there's also another category where a household is living with a partner and they have financial dependence. We regard the financial dependence to be the children who are underage, which is under the age of 18. Or lastly, the applicants, financial, it's the applicant or co-applicant with financial dependence, and they can benefit, who have not benefited previously from any government housing scheme. On this slide, Chairperson, I hope members can see that, and I'm hoping that copies were circulated. Chair, we are showing how the program has been performing since the inception. When you look at the financial year 2019 to 2020, which is the COVID period up to 2020 to 2021, the program was not doing that well. We still had challenges in terms of the uptake, even post the period of COVID. Members would recall that this is the time when we were still focusing mostly on the urban areas, and the bracket was focusing between the household income of 15,000 to 22,000, and this was under the program FLISP, when things were still rigid. But since the approval of the implementation guidelines in as far as this program is concerned and the repackaging of the program, we then began to see, which is 24-25, we then began to see an increase in terms of the uptake, even though the figures that we are sharing with the members are yet to be audited by the AG. But we saw an increase. Currently, we're sitting at 8,193. Hopefully, when they are audited, these figures will stay like that, which then begins to show that the decision to review and repackage this program and also change the threshold, as well as go beyond the boundaries of the urban areas, is actually beginning to yield the intended results, because now we're seeing a lot of members who are actually coming up for this. The minister has been approached in several areas by the traditional authorities who really want to make sure that this program is actually implemented in their area. On the next slide, Chair, we were able to give a better picture where we're comparing the two, so that then at least members can see in every province to say at the beginning when we started with the fleece program, how things were looking, as well as since we have repackaged it to say how are things looking at this point in time. You will see that we have applications received, that's the column, and we would then have mortgage-backed subsidy. This is the time when we didn't have everyone else on board, when we were still looking at 15,000 to 22,000. On the other side, where you have a column that says rejection with red, you'll see that it says non-mortgage backed subsidies. This is after the program has been renamed and repackaged, and it was including almost everyone. And that's when you start seeing the figures coming up. But here, members will also notice that even the most rural provinces, you're beginning to see the numbers coming up, because now we are able to even finance people who are in the villages who would want to build their own houses, because then they meet the qualifying threshold. And this is where now we started seeing most of the provinces and the traditional authorities approaching the minister and wanting to partner with the department in making sure that their communities benefit from this program. This slide is also showing the members who are actually better benefiting from this program, and it shows that most of the applicants are received from the female applicants who have since been approved, which is a very interesting picture. But yes, it doesn't mean that the other gender has been actually excluded. It has been catered for, but most of the applicants are coming from the females. Now, since this program has been repackaged, I think there has been quite a number of interventions that have been put in place to try and make sure that it is as accessible as possible, but it is also as practical as possible. Members would know that ordinarily with the commercial banks, when you want to apply either for a vehicle or for a house, they would have a platform within their website where you can actually test whether you would qualify or not. And that's what we normally call a pre-approval. You would go and populate your information and see if you are granted a pre-approval. And we all know that with that pre-approval, we get excited to say, oh, okay, so all I need to submit now is all the outstanding documents, then it means I can qualify for this. So NHFC has gone to that point. They have created an online application portal with effect from April 2023, where community members who have an interest of taking up the subsidy can actually submit their applications and get a pre-approval to say where are you being placed in terms of your status. Do you qualify for the top one, or do you qualify for this amount? At least you can better plan to say then how do you then structure your plan in terms of the house that you want to build or the one that you want to buy. When we look at this table, you will see that you have pre-approval applications, which is the second column, which is highlighted in light green. Now, on the pre-approval, we are already sitting with 61,084 applications that are pre-approved. Not necessarily approved, pre-approved, meaning that if you were then to submit all the necessary documents and be subjected to further scrutiny, then you are likely to be approved. So out of the 61,000, then those who were able to submit the necessary documents were 11,415, and out of those, 3,872 were actually approved, and we also have the deadlines, and we have the pending approval of 4,000. Now, if all these 61,084 were to be approved, with all the necessary documents, everything being submitted, meeting all the requirements, criteria and everything, then it gets to show us that we likely will be sitting with a situation where, as a department for NHFC, we will need additional funding, because then it shows you that most of those applicants, on average, they qualify for 127,000. And if you then use that average to multiply for the 61,000, so we could be sitting at 7 billion that would be required for us to actually grant those subsidies to the deserving beneficiaries of this program. So the disbursement so far, out of the 3,872 that was approved, it was 2,436. The NHFC has partnered with quite a number of partners, and we will talk to that in terms of assisting on how this is being dispersed, and to make sure that at least those who have been approved will actually be able to build their houses, or to rather go and buy what is intended to buy. On the implementation of the First Home Finance online application portal, it does have its own a bit of a challenges, because that's the online part of it. But when it comes to the real processing of the applications, NHFC still has challenges. They have not as yet automated their existing systems, and we are expecting that very soon they will finalize the automation of their systems, which they are looking at the ERP systems to assist them in that process. They are still busy with their procurement processes. Now, with the introduction of the non-mortgage products, which is what I referred to earlier on, all the other products that we have since accommodated, that's where we are saying, and the minister did actually talk to this during her opening remarks, that we are seeing these rural provinces who are now beginning to show an interest in as far as the program is concerned. And we also have KZN that has actually invited the minister to launch the program, because they have allocated you have quite a number of traditional authorities in various areas who have made land available for their community members to benefit from this program using your PTOs. The NHFC has established partnership with subsidy originators. We know this happens with your dealerships, vehicle dealerships. You know it happens with the property space, where you would have your originators, and in our case as well, there are originators, and these originators also have a responsibility of assisting the intended beneficiaries with the online application for pre-approval. You have your lenders, your banks. If you go to the bank and you are told you don't qualify, they know about our products, they will assist you to apply. You have your home builders or contractors, they do likewise. The estate agents as well, if you are interested in buying a house and you don't qualify for the house that is being sold at that particular time, then they know that they can channel you to this product, and they can also assist you to apply for this product online for pre-approval. The developers, mortgage originators, building merchants, I will then talk to the building merchants part of it, as well as the employers with employee housing assistance schemes. These are any other institutions or organizations in the country, be it in public or private sector, that have employees who qualify for their housing schemes. They also are aware of the program, they have access to the program, and they are allowed to actually assist the potential beneficiaries of this product. There is a collaborative effort on the side of NHFC to make sure that we cast the net even wider, and make sure that this program is benefiting everyone throughout the country. They have partnered with SALGA. We want to make sure that the local government space does actually also benefit, because they have employees. So there are engagements in as far as SALGA is concerned. The PPRA, our own entity, they have partnered on this one officially because you have your property estate practitioners who would ordinarily assist in terms of buying and selling of the houses. And in instances where they know that you qualify for this product, then they are expected to assist. NHBRC, they have not as yet concluded their collaborative agreements, but here the intention is to make sure that those who are meant to build their own houses, they will then be able to appoint contractors who are enrolled and certified by NHBRC to make sure that at least those who are constructing those houses are people who are certified. Remember, this is state money that we are actually allocating to the members of the community, so would still want to be accountable and make sure that proper houses are constructed and those houses, they fall within the insurance of the NHBRC. And then it's the collaboration with the provincial departments, like I indicated earlier on, at the time when we were implementing this program, as FLISP provinces were implementing on their own, except for Gauteng that has always been working very closely with NHFC. Your other provinces, they had their own implementing agents, but now that we even going beyond the threshold that we initially have, provinces are beginning to show an appetite to appoint the NHFC as their implementing agent, because at national, we have actually appointed them formally as the national implementing agent of the First Home Finance Program. The collaboration with the traditional leaders, I did allude to this. The minister as well did talk to that. And the NHFC has had quite a number of engagements. They've had a fair share of engagements with the National House of Traditional Leaders. They did likewise with quite a number of Provincial House of Traditional Leaders to create awareness to the members of the traditional authorities that there is such a product that is available and they should actually make use of it. And that's the reason why we have now started seeing an uptake on the side of the traditional authorities. Coming to the challenges, I think I did talk to the first one as I'm concluding, that we have a challenge that they are addressing in terms of the systems or the automation of the program. The second one is the reputational risk, which the NHFC is managing when it comes to the originators. They are now currently using the originators that they have vetted. Those are the only ones who have access to the system and they're able to assist members for the application. And the last one is the possibility of an inadequate funding in the event we end up with a lot of the applicants that are approved in as far as this program is concerned. Chair, I think I will leave the presentation at that and would recommend that the Portfolio Committee takes note of the newly packaged program and products under the First Home Finance, the progress that we have made thus far, and that we are seeing a serious uptake in as far as this program is concerned. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. There is the report, honorable members. Let's engage with it. Honorable Blosser, you are welcome. But before I give to honorable, I see in terms of your numbers, in Limpopo and Western Cape, you have approved more than applicants. Am I reading it correctly? Limpopo.
Sorry, I'm trying to go. Is it for the pre-approval or is it for the actual?
You said, no, the first slide.
The previous one.
Yeah, this one. For example, Limpopo applications received 1464, applications approved 1500. Western Cape applications received 451. Applications approved 681. Am I reading it correctly?
Yes, Chair, you're reading it correctly.
Why the, how can you approve more than what you have received?
Chair, Chair, I don't think they are hearing your question. Are you not asking them that it looks like, for me, I think I don't know if I'm getting you correct. It looks like they've approved more than what they've received in terms of application.
Yes.
So the question is there an error or is that correct? So I don't
Yes.
think they are hearing you.
No, they do. They are
So is that correct?
okay. They are looking at it.
Yeah.
No, they will work on the numbers. They will come back to me. Let me get other questions from the floor. For now, let me give you 3 questions each. We'll come back if there's time. Honorable Mpiti, Honorable Ditebe, Honorable Gamede.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to begin by also echoing your sentiment and on behalf of the DA to extend our condolences to Honorable Sitole's family and friends and to really ask that God really places their hand upon his family. With that being said, Chair, I think the first home concept is a really great one, and I think it's one that is not really known by people in the country. I make a mention to Mr. Denzel Boyce, who is an issue that we've been bouncing through the department and trying to assist, who had a bonded house previously. And unfortunately, we are still stuck with the issue of whether he can qualify to receive a BNG housing. But having looked at this particular service, perhaps this could be a matter in which, you know, Mr. Boyce could fit in, and perhaps the department can just guide on that particular issue. And I think, Chair, it's correct to say that we must not be dramatic, as we've pointed out in this committee. I'm glad that, you know, on this side, we are people that use diligence and accountability. And that's why some of us are serving a second term, because we've been diligent and not running after cameras, but doing the work that we are here to do, which is to hold people to account. And we don't use AI on this side. We do research, evidence-based research. We don't use AI. Just wanted to make that clear. Minister, I want to ask you, and as well as the team that is with you. I mean, now that the NHFC has invested or wants to invest 250 million rand in the African Bank, what is the input or the impact on this particular first home service? What is the minister's view on such an amount, 250 million rand being invested in a bank, quite frankly, that is not doing well? So I just want to understand that investment, how exactly is it going to assist the NHFC in its work? Is the minister aware of that investment? And seeing that there is no board, is that a decision that the minister thinks can be taken at this particular time, noting the various issues that exist? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Minister? Or DDG? Or DG?
Chair, thank you very much. We will look again at the numbers from the NHFC, and we'll look at the recordal of this, and we'll reconcile together with the audited figures and see the numbers, because from face value, the numbers don't add up. And I think we will look at that carefully. We'll revert back with a proper slide to the committee and distribute it to members if the chair agrees. On the second matter, the 350 million investment that NHFC seeks to invest in African Bank, we, Chair, the real question here is this a sound investment, and should we consider it as such? I'll answer it in two parts, Chair, Honorable Mpiti, through you. First, the NHFC should be allowed, or rather its mandate allows it as an investment house for purposes of financing national housing products, and it has to look at different and differentiated models to diversify its portfolio to make sure that it's capable to deliver on different fronts and to leverage also private sector funding and available capital market products as well, and financial pockets that exist within industry to maximize on its potential for financing housing opportunities. Now, that said and done, I think it's a general principle that they are empowered by the Memorandum of Incorporation to do this. Of course, the flip side of it is that they've got to do so, having done proper due diligence of whoever they wish to engage with, and that their material processes of ensuring that due diligence have got to be robust to protect the investment the state can make in any. We do not necessarily at any point in time, unless it is brought to our attention, actually seek to immerse ourselves in the operational day-to-day issues that the board is empowered through the shareholder compact to deal with. The shareholder compact itself sets parameters, and it also sets upper limits which the boards can make as decisions that they have to make before they come to the minister. An investment of this nature, they will have to come to the ministry to make that determination and to seek concurrence for such a matter. And so the shareholder compact is a guide to us and the board. And of course, they are required to report to us on a quarterly basis, and this being a standard operating process for us, that whenever they seek matters of this, and in the same manner, they are also seeking another collaborative and syndicated investment with DBSA. That too, they will have to come to the ministry. I think it may be premature, without having looked at what they table before us, to be presumptuous and to say that it's a sound investment or it's not. We do not make any value judgment unless it has come to the table. And we are aware, though, that they are busy in the open market, looking at potential partnerships and looking at syndication of products. I will give an example. Even with this one, the first home finance, they are financing pockets, including originators and all of that. We do not interfere in their day-to-day procurement processes of who they ultimately bring on board and how. What we will insist on, and which the Memorandum of Incorporation as well as the shareholder compact will insist on, is that when such is done, that good governance is followed, that the prescripts relative to contracting are actually followed to the letter, and where irregularities are found, indeed, we agree with Honorable Mpiti that in that instance, consequences need to follow and people must be held accountable. And where a ministerial concurrence is required, but it is not secured, and yet investments of that nature would happen, then that would constitute financial misconduct, and it will then require that we deal with it. And when we do, we obviously are ourselves sometimes constrained by the technical nature of the work that is required, but there's nothing stopping us from securing services of a transaction advisor, perhaps the GTEC in the Treasury, to help us make a determination of the worthwhile exercise. And that is why even in the past, for such major investments, we have always relied on the advice of the Treasury, and we have always relied on the referrals to the Treasury for advice in as far as whether this is sound or not and it's acceptable. And even the last time when we had to do a top-up on this, again, there was referencing with the Treasury, and the Treasury did agree with us, and we did make an application as per their guide to secure retention of surpluses, and which was then done, and then the money was then reinvested. So all I'm saying is that we will have to follow that due process, and the rigors of that process will have to be passed by any would-be partner. And so if the concern, I make no value judgment on whether African Bank is a right partner or not. I have not looked at their books. I have not looked at their recent performance. I have not looked at their filings at the JSC. I do not know. So I'm not likely to make that judgment unless it is brought to the table of the ministry as a matter, and the ministry likewise refers it to the department for advice. We will then look at it and assess at that stage whether indeed it is worthwhile or not, and whether the numbers and the standing of African Bank speaks for itself. So at this stage, I think it may be a bit presumptuous on our part and a bit premature, and unfortunately, if we were to make any value judgment on that before it's on our table. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Are you fine? Oh, before, yeah?
Indeed we are. Like I said, also Chair through you.
Mic.
Indeed we are.
Sorry, Chair, just to be clear, I was asking, is the minister aware of this move to invest in the African Bank? Two, without a board at the NHFC, on what powers is that move being done? So I'm assuming that it's done through the minister because she is aware, and so that is where the concurrence is coming from. So I just needed the clarity on those 2 points. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. DG?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I had thought perhaps I had answered it in a different way, but to put it and to crystallize the matter, we are aware, and we are not only aware about this one, we're also aware about even the others, like I gave an example of the DBSA. And I've also said the reason why we are aware is because they are required to report to us on a quarterly basis what they are busy with. And so we pick it up from there. But I've also given a refrain that is a standard practice, that such matters should be in the purview of the board until the board seeks concurrence to the minister. And at this stage, because the MOI empowers the entity to be able to do exactly this work that they are doing. So when they are busy in the open market, we do not find anything untoward about it at that stage, unless we are to make a value judgment on assessment of when we are being requested to concur. And on some matters which are lower investments, which are in the mandate of the board, they do not even need to seek concurrence from us. They've got to do it. However, the safeguard being that the Memorandum of Incorporation and the Shareholder Compact will compel them to do such by sticking to prescripts. So yes, we are aware, and we are aware because they have informed us, not because we have given any concurrence. And we are aware that it has not yet come to the table of the minister for concurrence. And like I was saying, we will deal with it when it is there. And therefore, because it has not yet formally come for concurrence purposes, not for information purposes, but for concurrence purposes, we will be presumptuous to make a value judgment on it as yet. That's, I thought I had answered. Honorable.
Thank you. Minister, are you fine?
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpiti. I think we may have to get the contact details of Mr. Boyce, if I had the surname right. Part of what First Home Financing is trying to assist, I mean, there's quite a number of Mr. Boys in the market who qualifies and are about to lose the investment that they would have made because of the changes in the circumstances in which could have allowed them previously to afford a bond. Economic circumstances would have changed. We'll exchange as we before we part today, so that we could assist. We look into such cases, they differ. But just from the face value of what you are presenting, I think we could be able to assist. Quite a number, 2 or 3 of such cases from KZN also have came, and we referred them, and they are trying to get assistance to the same bracket of community members. The second part, which I think you have raised, and it's important, is the communication. DG, I thought, will touch on it, but we have concluded as the department also our communication strategy, which involves all our entities, on how we're going to drive all our programs in communication to our citizens. I may not elaborate on it, it's a bit of a process. I've sat even myself with those communicators to really deduce on what could be of importance and needs to periodically be engaged on. And thirdly, honorable members, I want to focus on some of the things you may pick up, and DDG might have not raised it. It's a bit of, we do believe that it's a matter of importance for NFHC to have an agreement with NHBRC. Precisely because from where you are sitting, you possibly know one community person who have tried to build a house from his or her own hard-earned money, and it collapses. Because possibly Tembi, the builder, was not qualified, or Tembi wasn't properly vetted as a builder, and the entire investment that the old lady or the family would have made. And it's in the interest of ensuring that you do not subsidize a citizen, and ultimately the subsidy is just not accounted for. We are yearning for a system, much as we would want to accelerate building in rural areas, we should also carry a responsibility of ensuring that we do it in a sound and a proper manner. Ultimately, there has to be a valid house that sits there. And we do not think it should be done by an external. We should just enhance that our NFHC processes also do get into that. It's not yet finalized, but we thought it's important that it gets to be mentioned, that we think it's one of the key measures, so that it's just not an acceleration in numbers, but at the end of it all, the country can get to feel the outcome, which is the positive impact of me and you being housed as citizens and supported. The last part I think I want to comment in is the issue of the African Bank. And I think DG has covered on it. You will recall in my opening remarks I said, well, we'll specifically be talking about this, but there's quite a wide variety of issues at NFHC that we're trying to revamp. I mean, for example, you may go outside tomorrow and pick up a discussion about NFHC and Capitec Bank and building material. Because ultimately, we are trying also to respond to a question which maybe previously our policy didn't respond to. Who benefits economically when we are building in rural areas? I don't want to name names of main suppliers. But don't you, in a rural area where you come from, know of an old man and a woman who does quality building bricks? Who does quality paved bricks? Who possibly, maybe without a license, but goes to a river and can give you quality sand river that is used for building material? Do they have a market to do that? Not really. The market is there, yes, but the opportunity is not necessarily afforded by government in a way of really trying to lift you up. So there's quite a number of initiatives which are not yet at the concurrence level, which really tries to look into all the pockets. What are we doing also, for example, to say, oh, NHBRC must look into the quality? Are these people who are building in rural areas qualified? Are they experienced? Maybe yes, but do they know that they have to register? Maybe they didn't know. So are we going to kill you because you are not registered? No, we have launched through NFHC, a developer program where we want to start them in partnership with CIDB. They be graded, they be qualified to fit into the market. So that ultimately, honorable members can say, we're trying to create a value chain here, because there's quite a lot of beneficiation that everybody could be able to get. You may be having a house, but you may be having a donkey carrier that can be able to do something for as long as it is properly accredited and is supervised, and it gives an opportunity to change a life. It usually wouldn't be possible to talk about all such things. But what is of importance, Honorable Pete, is there are processes, there are systems. And let me comment on the issue of the board. I've covered it in my opening remarks, but I think I have to give assurance also to honorable members again, because I did, even in the last portfolio, when this matter was raised, that we are billed for towards end May to go to the cluster and to cabinet. Just yesterday, the social cluster, in the items that were supposed to be discussed, is us presenting through the governance cluster system, the appointment and the filling of the NFHC board. So we are not going to be sitting without a board for a time immemorial that we are evading issues of accountability, and board is supposed to take care of that. But we also explained the national treasury process that assists in instances like this. So we are not jumping any step in terms of accountability that we need to do precisely because there isn't a board. So we are aware not only of the African Bank, we are aware of all the measures of the developer program, of the Capitec program, and when it is opportune for the approval process, as per the MLI, we can then be able to be answerable. Otherwise, any business entity does investigate this and that, and by themselves and their own due diligence, they realize that, well, this may not even work, it's not even supposed to get into the table, and they don't even put it into the process of seeking for approval. So I think we're a bit premature, but I take the note that the honorable member is raising. Even when it comes into our table, we'll also be thorough in ensuring that we look clearly, including the GTEC team that we work with at National Treasury when we deal with matters of such importance. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Honorable Pitti, for the questions.
Thank you. Honorable Dieter.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. For a moment, I was a bit confused about whether our meeting was virtual or not until I saw that notice in the WhatsApp group. So forgive me, because I serve in more than one committee, so we are so used to virtual meetings there. So it's the same person. Please forgive me. I should have been here at 9:30. Rather at 9. 15 minutes later, I arrived instead. Thank you. Chair, let me welcome the presence of the Minister, the DG, and team. Good morning to all of you, colleagues, everyone in the room. Chairperson, just a few things. While indeed the numbers are being worked out, that is not of great concern to me. What is very obvious is that this is indeed a very good initiative, as other members have said, and indeed recalibrated. It is set to make a dent in raising the quality of life and well-being, in particular of those that were historically disadvantaged. I would like, therefore, to appreciate the presentation today and the engagement that we are allowed to do with the department, the minister, and the department on this. Chairperson, the first home finance gives us the possibility, in particular, in the real estate industry, among the historically disadvantaged, and that industry, you will know, is very difficult to penetrate. There are many barriers in it for those that are historically disadvantaged. And I think very boldly, we would like, as the ANC, to urge the minister, with whatever meager resources there may be at this point in time, with the NHFC being the agent that is appointed to carry this out, to ensure that no stone is left unturned as far as ensuring transformation in that particular sector with those that are historically disadvantaged. Important for us to make these remarks because at the moment, while our constitutional order allows for people indeed to use other arms of the state, the judiciary in this regard to litigate, etc., it appears that others are doing so vexatiously and frivolously, merely to subvert transformation, which is a non-negotiable in our view. And I think to the extent that we have an opportunity to integrate our people into the mainstream of the economy, this particular initiative must be used or exploited fully. So, as I said, this will help to catapult historically disadvantaged individuals into the mainstream of the economy, with the result that they will own assets, and both in terms of business, but also in terms of their personal assets such as houses. What I'd like to know, Chairperson, is when are we likely to see the Free State's own protocol being submitted, which will then regulate or govern the execution of this particular initiative, because other provinces have already done so. I saw that Free State, and according to the presentation, and KZN were yet to do that, but I heard the DDG say that this will be launched, this particular initiative will be launched in KZN soon. So perhaps if we could be apprised on that particular one. And so, Chairperson, the last question relates to people that are legally in South Africa, permanent residents as we call them. Does the minister not think that it is politic or judicious or wise to then arrange for some quotas, that is, if the law or the constitution doesn't allow us to exclude those people, then to ensure that the bulk of the applicants are South Africans, so that, you know, a narrative is not woven that, you know, this government looks after foreign nationals rather than South Africans and so forth. And the last one on the number of applications received, DDG Dumalisile has indicated that there will be in excess of 7 billion rand, according to the numbers that she has shared with us, 129,000 or so multiplied by the number of applicants. Could we not perhaps stagger the number of applications over, say, a period of 2-3 years and communicate effectively to those that are in the queue, so that they do not feel that they are waiting forever? As you know, with this type of vehicle, it can be difficult because the banks obviously will approve, say pre-approve, but then it cannot be forever. So I know it's very difficult. In my previous responsibility, I tried my best in the Free State to assist some young people, and they waited forever because there was no certainty, of course, in its old format, when this particular first home finance, which was known as FLISP then, was used to help them. So I think, in conclusion, the department should ensure that provinces provide the department with updates on how many applications have they received and how many have been processed, so as to be able to track what progress has been made. To go back to my earlier point, ownership of assets, both in terms of houses, but also in terms of those that are realtors from amongst the historically disadvantaged individuals. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. DDG?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you to Honorable Ditebe. I was hoping that the chairperson will save me and go straight to either the minister or the DG. But nonetheless, Chair, I think let's note the comments from Honorable Ditebe, and particularly, I think it's what Honorable Mpiti raised, to make sure that we popularize the program. But when it comes to the transformation of the real estate sector, I think the DG will probably go to town on that. Yes, you are correct, and that process has started. It does have its own challenges, and members would recall that there is a new law that came into effect, which seeks to transform the sector drastically. Yes, there's a bit of resistance here and there, but the PPRA is actually driving that program, and hence I say the DG may probably want to elaborate on that. The second one is with regards to the MOU in relation to Free State, and I quite understand where the honourable member is coming from in as far as Free State is concerned. All the provinces have been engaged thoroughly, and the Free State one is it's at an advanced stage in terms of signing an MOU with NHFC to be able to appoint them rather as their implementing agent. It hasn't been concluded as yet, but at least I think the advanced one is Free State, KZN, as well as Eastern Cape. That's basically where we are. So we're hoping that they will conclude that collaborative agreements with other provinces as well. So I'm hoping that with time we'll be able to give that assurance, Honourable Ditebe, that at least the agreement has been reached, particularly with Free State, when that time comes. I think, Honourable Ditebe, your guidance is actually appreciated, where you say we probably may want to look at staggering the numbers. Because these applications, the pre-approval applications on that online portal, they begin to show us the appetite with regards to this product. And in the event all of them were to be approved, then it tells you that we could be sitting with that situation, much as they have not yet been approved, all of them. So it's a matter that we will then have a discussion with NHFC, just to make sure that we plan ahead, just in case we're likely to be sitting with that scenario, because then that scenario does have a possibility of becoming a reality at some point in time. So we do note that one. I think the DG may probably also want to take the one, Chair, I hope there won't be drama because I seem to be delegating upwards, when it comes to the issue with regards to the permits of the permanent permits.
Yeah, DG, those people who were making a bit of noise, they are bouncers outside. DG?
I hope I'm not about to be bumped out. Chairman. No, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. I think the first matter that was that on which I was asked to elaborate further, I think it has been ventilated adequately. On the second issue of the qualification, and Indeed, I think Honorable Ditaba is correct and on the money. We are, by the Constitution, would not be able to exclude permanent residents from qualifying, particularly in line with our government policy or the state policy around the pathway to citizenship. So I think, without belaboring the point, your question is on a prioritization point of view, are we not prioritizing citizens? I think we are already doing that. We do take into cognizance individual circumstances, I think, in consideration of applications. You would consider that a foreigner who comes and marries a South African woman, as an example, and they then go on to have like 3 kids or 2 kids, whichever the case might be. They're a reasonable household. The children belong to this man. He's married, but just because the revision of the policy, he can't be a citizen right away. There's a waiting period, but he then gains permanent residency. Are you saying when we consider his household income and that of the mother, perhaps, who works weekend and washing and so on, and we combine it, and now they are able to meet the requirement of the first home finance? If we are not to consider him, then his income will be set aside and the mother would not qualify as a South African, and therefore they'll be excluded from the program. But because he is a permanent resident, under those circumstances, knowing that inadvertently the state will be aiding to put a roof above the heads of 4 South Africans, the mother and 3 children, plus him, the foreigner, who is already on a waiting period and is on a pathway towards citizenship anyway. So under those circumstances, such cases we would indeed approve right away, without doubt. Of course, the difference being if the same gentleman is not married, is alone, but is a permanent resident because he has also gained a work permit, he may actually be on a bit of a back burner while we prioritize applications of citizens who will inadvertently accommodate more members of the household. So I just think it's a matter of criterion and prioritization, but indeed, they do qualify. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Gamed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, when the DG came in the morning, he was so relieved that I was not wearing my combat.
We did. The recordings didn't hear that. They are indicating.
I'm saying he was relieved that I was not wearing my combat, but for record, I want you to know that wearing a combat or not, but I'm still a soldier. Okay, no.
Can you also respond whether Floyd is coming back to join you?
Okay, Chairperson, protect me.
They are highly protected.
Okay, Chairperson. No, it is quite good, Honorable Minister, to come here on your presentation, DDG. It appeared that there is an inclusion of the House of Traditional Leaders, which is good, which means the voice of the MKP is heard across. Yeah, I just want to find out, it's just that our chairperson has limited us, but I think I will come, I'll just hit 2 or 3 questions at the moment. The CEO visits to us on, I think it was around April, Chairperson, if I'm not mistaken. We also asked, in fact, I asked her about the performance turnaround. And if you are now stating that the ex-gratia payment wasn't approved due to a lack of performance-based justification, did the CEO perhaps misled us? I just want to find out on that one, if she did, she actually did mislead us as the portfolio committee. Another one, Honorable Minister, with all due respect, I think it's Miss Letsie her turn,
You'll pardon me. I don't want to lose your questions
Okay.
because I think they are relevant for the next presentation.
Oh, okay,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
I was jumping to the minister. Oh, okay, no, it's fine. On that one, let me,
You must always put on a combat.
thank you, Chairperson. It's just that, yeah, listening is always a skill. No, let me quickly run to this one, Chairperson. Chairperson. With regards to NHF, if the demand for the program, for this program based on the pre-approvals is 7 billion rands, how much is your annual budget given to the NHFC for the NHF program, if I may find that one? That's my question, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
No, thanks very much. DJ?
Thank you very much, Chair. The demand is at about 7 billion a year, but as you may have seen from the previous slides we have been delivering, we are just shy of below a billion annually. We know that even with a much more robust marketing campaign, that demand will even shoot upwards, even beyond the current projected 7 billion, based on the number of applications that have been received. We know that once we market it and we share in the observation of the committee, and what Honorable Mpiti had indicated, that a majority of the citizens may not be quite au fait and aware of the opportunity that exists for them to access the program. And Minister has already directed, will ramp up the communication around this in a much more protracted manner. We anticipate that it will shoot up much more than that. We are the first ones to be cognizant that that is a healthy problem to have, because it's a downside of the other flip side of the coin of under expenditure. And we rather have a healthy pipeline of demand that we know that the budget can be expended on it, and we can then make a good business case. When this portfolio committee started, the chair and the committee directed the department to make a business case for us to fight for more money, and that the portfolio committee will support us if we fight for money for the right products. And we then committed to the committee that we will ramp up the first home finance, we will repackage it, we will sharpen it, we will ensure that we have intermediaries for purposes of greater reach, and have partnerships to ensure that we can get even the differentiated packaging of the project, and that even those that have sites but just need building materials can access that instead of actually someone building the house for themselves, for a self-build program. So we have really differentiated it, and we think with what we have done now, we are beginning to make a good business case on why. So it's not just about building RDP houses, it's a partnership with the state where a person puts in their own money, and we also put in a subsidy to help them build their own abode. So given those considerations, yes, the demand is much, much higher than the available budget, and we're making a great case for this money to be ramped up a lot. I think it's a principle the Treasury has already accepted, as per the example I last gave. Last financial year, NHFC had some surpluses in other areas of their work, and we applied to the Treasury for retention of those surpluses instead of surrendering the money back to the revenue fund. And that was approved, and that was in the region of an additional 400 million. We have spent all of that money as well. And this time around, our biggest fear, Chair, is that we will run out of that money by the second quarter. So I think it's just showing how robust our machine has actually become, and you will then see once we ramp up the communication what's going to happen. We think we'll project in excess of perhaps 20 billion. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Kgakile. No, I'm seeing you. Allow the chair. Honorable Gamede?
Yes, Chair, I just want to, maybe, if the DG can repeat, I need the figure.
The budget.
Yes, the amount, yes, the budget.
The budget, the amount is
So as you can see, for the mortgage backed, we spend about 298, and for the non-mortgage backed, we spend about 636. So that's the budget available.
okay. Honorable Krekil?
Thank you, Chair, and let me greet the Minister with her delegation and the DG with the delegation and Portfolio Committee support staff and honorable members. Chair, let me appreciate a well-structured presentation and also appreciate the initiative by the department to come up with this entity so that they can help the poorest of the poor, and also to welcome their initiative to also extend the program to the rural areas. And then, Chair, firstly, with regard to the presentation, let me applaud the entity for their performance since 2019 up to now. There's a great improvement in their performance. We really think that they will do more than where they are. And they've also ensured that women are beneficiaries. To date, about 57% of women are beneficiaries. And when it comes to the issue of the investments, I also had a question, but I thank the DG as well as the Minister for clearly outlining the responsibilities of the board and that of the department, as well as to what is it that the board can do and what is it that the department can do. And even at the same time, I think even with us as members, we have learned where the bus stops when it comes to the issues of the monies and whatever. When there is corruption, then we will come in. Chairperson, my first question is with regard to the applications. The applicants whose applications were declined. About 3,543 were declined. What were the reasons for the non-approval of these applications? Secondly, since the entity has embarked on an aggressive nationwide awareness or marketing, and they have also introduced an online application system, provinces like Northwest, they are not doing well. Out of 298 applications, only 3% of those were approved. And this is very low, knowing that Northwest is one of the rural areas, one of areas where we are really having a shortage of houses. So my question with regard to this, Chair, does the department have a plan to assist the Northwest to market this FHF? And then based again on the presentation, Chair, they met with the province and Salga, Northwest, and workshops were conducted in the municipalities according to the report. So I just want to find out from the department as to, they've done the workshop, but there is no improvement. Who were the participants or who were the targeted people to be part of those workshops? And does the department have another plan of ensuring that they go back and market this program. Northwest first and all other provinces will follow. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. My observation is that you must start being national. Ne? Honorable Gamede will always complain about Magoshin KZN. Honorable Ditewe will always complain about Free State. Now you are falling in, Honorable.
You have regional leaders here, Chair.
Minister.
You have regional leaders here. You must take them to the legislature, all of them.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Gamete, on the issue of traditional leaders inclusion, I think I appreciate that, and quite a number of committee members also spoke about it. Because if you look into the demographics, yes, 45% is in our urban area edge, but we need to also ensure that we expand into the larger population. And you can also turn rural areas really to have all the convenience, and urbanization can reach them as well. And I think that's the intention. I must also appreciate the House. Sometimes it's usually because we don't know traditional protocol. But they've been very patient with us in terms of trying to assist on how best. And I think that is why we're able to begin to see signs of a rollout which may indicate some improvement. Well, the other ones, with regard to the ex gratia and whatever, we'll deal with it later on. But Honorable Kiaglu actually did touch on it. It's actually a very good response, because if you look into the trajectory of growth on this project or program only from 2019 to date, it shows you that we are coming from underperformance to overperformance. So it actually does relate even into other programs and other projects. In my previous response, I've also showcased what they are actually tabulating as other alternatives in terms of ramping up quite a number of programs from a developer point of view, right, to building material. If you look at NFHC only as a DFI, you will just say, I want to allocate a grant and leave it there. But they are pushing themselves to be responsive, better and bigger in how our communities and life could be strengthened. And we are forcing them every quarter when we sit that there are 3 priorities of the 7th administration. And we all need to respond on how human settlement can better the lives economically of our people. You know, which means we are all compelled to say, yes, I need to be beyond just allocating a grant or whatever, but how can I contribute to Pillar 2 of that, and hence the other programs which then we can do, which we have not been doing. I mean, you could imagine DDG Dumalisile, it's not what we're talking about today. But have we ever asked ourselves who provide our contractors that provinces appoint to build BNG? Where do they source their material? We are forcing them to respond to that question. Ordinarily, the previous question would have been, how many houses have you built? How much did you get? Hey, we're all happy. It does not end there now. We're saying, okay, be happy. But what are we saying about carrying material from an urban area to a rural area? Yes, we are leaving them with the house plus poverty. Can you leave them with the house with a bit of a shilling or two as you exit? So it's a dimension that we are adding. We decline Honorable Kerakule applications mostly. It shows that maybe we may, as I had said in my introduction earlier on, we need to ask ourselves also, which we are pondering with that question. Is the 22,000 threshold in the scale of hours fair? Mostly it's people who don't meet the requirement. And most instances, I mean, if you think about it, we all live in this country. You are earning 23,000. we will not accept you. But me and you know very well, 23,000 will not really go a long way for a South African. But unfortunately, this is the policy discussion we're beginning to engage in seeing. But as the DG spoke about, a real good problem is you have a good uptake. And if you expand your bracket, it means you'll have even more. So we need to structure properly. But we are alive, and that is why I said in my introduction, there are challenges with our scaling program. Even in concerning the amount that the higher scale gets, as the DDG did show, you will realize that there's quite a bit of a different discussion with regard to the scale and support that we need to look into. It looks very much better, the subsidy of 169. There's something you can do. Yes, it gets to be qualified by the fact that you get less than a person in terms of the monetary value from wherever you are. So in that category of the lower, you get people, ordinary citizens like a brother or a sister of mine who's working in a filling station. It goes as basic, as minimum as that. They qualify, you can be able to get a formalized system. DDG did not want to go into challenges which we go through in terms of the applications where there is formalized employment, but it's not necessarily formalized, as in a way on how you're formalized as a helper who get 4,000 rand, and your boss does not write necessarily a salary advice. So you want such verifications to be done and whatever. That's the minimum entry level. It seems to be working very well. But I know there is a bit of discomfort, which I also have, the more you go down into the scale. But for now, we are working more on perfecting and the due diligence. So you do find that mostly they do not qualify as per the criteria, and that is why they are declined. Some, the circumstance changes altogether. You find that then when you check into the system, he's actually even outside the bracket of the 22,000, because we do that due diligence as well, and we're linked into systems. The Northwest, Honorable Kirakilo, is the last question you had, is going to be coming. Chair, in my previous life, I had MMCs who will only talk about areas where they were coming from. So I accept. I mean, the MMC will say, hey, there's no water where I'm coming from. I'm like, the overall boundary of the municipality. But it's understandable. And the intention of the workshop, which was well attended, I've just forgotten the date when I went to Northwest and my team could assist me. And this program was on the table, and we've had a full discussion. I went there just for the uptake and the blocked projects, which was the promise, 15th of May. It's good to have a team next to you. Because this is one of the areas which maybe on another day we'll have to talk about, which is a commitment we made to the portfolio committee that we would go to each and every province. A portion of their budget and their business plan must talk to unblocking a blocked project, of which you find most of them in the Western Cape. I mean, yes, Western Cape, but not as number one. Free State, actually. Northwest, Western Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal. Gauteng. So I visited Tembisa, Eguruleni. I've forgotten the date. I'm going to fly off in Johannesburg and Jabulani sometime now in June. Those are their part of their blocked projects. So we are working on that. So I can tentatively, because I will put them under pressure as well, be able to say we should have concluded on the discussion that we've had, maybe end July, just to make sure that we give a report to this portfolio. We want all the provinces so that we balance the scale of the other three, which are more benefiting because they're already ready, to make sure that even the less one, if you look at to the numbers, it's not only Northwest. Free State as well also had a bit of a lower number and uptake in this program, and we would want to up it up. And we've had those discussions in that province as well. Thank you.
You see, Chair,
Thank
Free
you
State is a
very much.
national problem. That's why I speak about it.
Honorable Poole, followed by Honorable Blose.
Thank you, Chair, and allow me to acknowledge Honorable Minister, DG and his team, and honorable members. Minister, I cannot agree more with this product. I think we can applaud it. Despite the human errors in your presentation, it still remains a good product. Where I'm coming from and where we visit and have oversight, this is the category that any municipality talk about is a challenge. And it's a huge challenge because why there's a lot of people on the waiting list of a municipality falling in that bracket and they're seeking for an opportunity. Just yesterday, on my way to my constituency, a lady asked me, how can she come to qualify for a house because why she earning 5,000 rand and the municipality told her she don't qualify. My concern is around the awareness of this product. I heard that there's thorough participation, consultation with the provinces, but what is the consultation process between the province and the municipality with his citizens within the constituencies, different constituencies and municipality? Thank you, Minister. Chair.
Okay, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Poole, for the question. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think really you can never communicate enough. And I think from what Honorable Mpiti as the first Honorable Member to raise the communication issue, we've appreciated on it and we're ramping up our communication. DG did indicate that we're anticipating that it will increase our 11,000 problem because as you communicate more, the interest is generated. But Honorable Ditebe says, find a way of staggering properly and ramp up on the communications. Chair, I can only say that this is a learning. But I think what Honorable Poole is raising, which is another context and of importance, maybe we may have to fine-tune our relationship as well between the province and the municipality with regard to this program. I think the learning I'm getting from you, Honorable Poole, is that we must not just be happy about the provincial number as it ends. We must then answer a very difficult question, which is doable though to respond to, is to say, okay, the province is one large big area, but where specifically have you tried to spread your cake in between the streets of the province holistically? And that will then, in that way, force us to deal with the municipal content from an application point of view. So I think in future, it may start not looking good, but it's a learning that we are taking away from this engagement, Chair, is that we shouldn't end by saying per province, we then need to possibly put an annex, Chair, to say, if you say KwaZulu-Natal, where in KwaZulu-Natal? So that members can then say, no, there's nothing Emajuba. Focus there as well, and there's nothing Prince Mshini area. You know, we will do that. Honorable Committee, Song support when it comes to that. I think it's a learning, Chair. There's nothing much one can say about it currently as the situation stands, but I'm taking it as part of my takeaway this morning is to say that in future, as we engage with the committee, and even in our reporting formula, we'll try to make it detailed. And where there are areas of shortages, then we will know which municipality should we go to. But for now, Honorable Poole, if you have where you think we need to just zoom in and assess that municipality, I will engage outside and we will start there. But with the commitment that we know there are 257 municipalities and we know we need to zoom into each and every corner around the space. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. As Honorable Blose comes in, I note that the DDG and Chief Director have matched. Yeah, that's very good. That's very good.
Chair, thanks, Chair. Greetings, Minister, and the rest of the team. No, look, Chair, I mean, let's welcome the presentation again. Minister, it's a great program. I think we can't take that away. The first home finance program is a great initiative, and we see what it's trying to achieve. And, you know, I'm happy with most of the responses you are giving because it shows an appreciation and understanding of what you want to achieve and how you are invested in developing the program and making it better. But we must not be apologetic about our successes. I heard the DDG when she was explaining, she almost wanted to explain why more women have benefited in the scheme and wanted to say, no, men must not feel excluded. No, that's the way it must go. We must empower women in this country because when we empower women, we empower the nation. So let's not be apologetic about that. Also, the investment in the African Bank, Minister. I know Honorable Mpiti is gone. He would like us to take the money to FNB and Standard Bank so that they can go and fund the DA. No, put the money in African Bank. There's no problem about that. Because how then are we going to get our banks compatible and for them to compete in the markets if the state cannot then fund them? So those small victories, we must not be apologetic about them. And so, Minister, me and you, we are agreeing about a lot today. And I think it's the colors you are wearing. So that red looks very nice on you. So, so you must continue wearing red. So, look, Minister, I think just a few issues on my side, because most of the members have dealt with. I'm looking at your numbers in terms of the percentage distribution. Maybe just a bit of clarity. I understand the program was concentrated in Gauteng mostly. So if you look at Eastern Cape, for instance, I think the distribution there is 7%, but the population is way higher than Limpopo, for instance. You know, also KZN, 12% already. So what then informs that, you know, and how can we change that narrative? Because I would understand that where there's more concentration, that's where the higher numbers should be. I think it also speaks to the communication strategy, but you've spoken in length about that. And I think for me, then is to say, where we've got our constituencies and we'd like to, you know, communicate this program, where then do we direct them? Do we take them to the online platform? I see your partners with Salga. Can we take them to the nearest municipal offices? Will they find it there? What's the most effective and easiest way where we can direct our people? Because again, as part of communication, we can also assist because we serve constituencies. We can say there's this program and therefore this is how you can benefit from this program. And maybe lastly, Minister, I also have the appreciation where you are saying we must just not look at how our people benefit in the scheme, but we must also go and find Tembi the builder and empower her so that she becomes compatible, so that she's graded properly, so that even while you've got the markets, people who are looking for houses, but those people who are in the rural villages who've got the skills but might not, you know, have the relevant qualifications, how do you empower them so that they can also be empowered? So I think that entire value chain is very important. I don't know why the builder is Tembi, but it's fine. I also have Tembi the builder in my area who necessarily would have the right skills, and but whenever they need to apply and trying to benefit from the scheme, they might not have the correct gradings and the right skills. So looking at that as well, I think it is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Blose. As I indicated, really, in our strategic plan, I said to my team, okay, we've been answering and responding to the normal question. Now let's force ourselves to respond to what we have not yet responded to before. The response should not be to me, how many houses have I built? How many people have I then lifted? And I'm alive to the fact that you know, I even saw my officials were a bit uncomfortable to say, no, but this is not what we are not were supposed to do. I said, no, you're not right. The priorities of the 7th administration, which means all of us must do this. So, and I think we're beginning to see that picking up. Our relationship with SALGA beyond the education and whatever is also to allow some municipalities are small and rural, even just going through the online portal system application point, it's a bit difficult. So we're going to that minute level. I think the important point is what Honorable Poole and Honorable Blosa are saying, that you need to get there with dedication and intention. If you look into that table, Honorable Blosa, you can see, for example, whether it's the old program, FLISP, or is the new ideal program, they are low takers, and these are based on the applications. I mean, if you have got 7 in Northern Cape, no, something is not right. And it's on the basis of applications. And that is why I said, okay, my learning today is, Honorable Poole is saying, take it beyond the number you have given me in the province. So if you take that 17, that would have been, if I still stick to Northern Cape, you then need to be able to say to me, which localities does it come from? There's a possibility that it comes from just one municipality. I don't have that answer as I'm sitting here. But then when we do that, it will also force the department beyond to say, we know there are all these municipalities. Now that you have got the rural cover, now that you are urban, what are the other challenges that are being faced that the program is not taking off? And in that way, it will make us, with the limited fiscals that we have, then spread it across all the municipalities so that we touch a life there, we touch a life there, we touch a life there in terms of spreading what the cake is. Everything must remain written Tembi in it, and I will continue wearing red so that at least I can align. I can align, I can see even your top is black, so it's black and red. So we will look into that, and I appreciate the comment from honorable members, Chair, including yourself, and the guidance that we have received on this program. We can only strive to be better, of course. Thank you.
Bouncers, when you see somebody wearing red, stop that person from entering. Honorable, Honorable Frenchman.
Praises Chair is looking for drama.
I'm telling you. So I'm last.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to all. Greetings, Minister. Minister, I love this program, like everything about it. I would just like to reiterate, Minister, that through you, Chair, that you and your team look into the second-time home buyers. Because, second-time home buyers, because a lot of them purchased homes before FLISP and that was introduced. And then, for example, when a married couple divorces, in some instances, the house either gets sold and the family gets left destitute. And it's usually the mother and the kids that suffer. And they have to go from place to place to place. And then I also believe that this program, should you re-look into assisting women that were divorced and lost their home, and that this will definitely help abused women to move out of their horrible situation. So it will assist victims of GBV, you know, to walk away from the abuse. And then the online application portal, is it available on the NHFC website? Thank you, Chairperson.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, it is available on the NFHC, but we are saying in areas where either there are challenges with the municipality or people, they walk into the center, SALGA assist with the technical part. The form is not technical at all, but sometimes assistance for an elder also. We're looking into in the increase of the uptake that will have specialized people in those municipalities. And specialized is not a right word, but it's just to have a dedicated person where an elder or a person with a disability or something who needs an assistant there could be somebody who we know that these are 10 or so people, champions in this municipality who could assist our people. Of course, it's still a long way going down, but at least we are trying to put that footprint into municipalities. We'll look into that. Maybe we may want to introduce a category of vulnerable. Vulnerable also is not a right word, but I'm just trying to follow from what Honorable Mpiti had said, because circumstances differs and changes time and again. We'll look into that category, but I'm not sure if we'll pass the test at National Treasury if we now change from first home. It's a long pipeline, but I take the point and it is valid. These are difficulties our people come through, and we'll find a way of how do we find a way of accommodating a change of circumstance in which our people will find themselves in. I think those were the two key issues, Chair, but we will try to stick within the policy but find avenues on how, with proper due diligence, which could be done on cases which are not necessarily falling part of the first home. Otherwise, the idea here was to roll out really to first home owners so that we are able to change. I can't remember, Tichi, was it KZN or Northwest? There's a lady in our meeting who stood up and said to me, I was given a house by my mom, but it's not my house, it's a family house, but it's registered in my name, and I would like to have a home for my children. Bangathi kagogo kusekhaya. And there are those instances which I'm saying I do find them in communities. So when you go to a municipal registration process, you are likely to find a home house which is registered in your name, but it's not necessarily your home or your house. And you can't say, this is what I leave behind from my children. So I think we do assess such type of different cases, and we hope to find a positive solution for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last person, my princess.
Finally. Now I got no more questions because all the questions have been asked. Excuse me, I'm sending you out. Chair, please protect me. Please, I'm supposed to be the princess. I don't know.
You are highly protected.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody. On behalf of MK Party, I just want to send condolences to the IFP and Honorable Sitoli's family. What a humble man. Truly, truly going to be missed by all of us. To the minister. It makes it very hard for me to fight with you today. Because you're just answering all the questions so well. And I thank you for that, because the main reason we're here is to take accountability for our actions. And I thank you for that, because you are taking accountability. And with that, we can only go forward. And it doesn't matter which political party we come from. The main objective is to bring dignity to our people. And I think that's what every single one of us is here to do. So from my side, I do appreciate that. So this is why I say you make it hard for me to fight with you. And Chair, there's not going to be drama because you, such a calm person, I don't know where the drama is going to come from. And then I'm the princess, so I'm calm generally. So there's no fighting, no drama. Just one or two comments, really. With regards to the banks and the estate agents, I know that they know what the procedure is, but is there any way of following up with them to say that they do give the information to the people that don't qualify for normal bonds? Do they get that information? And secondly, the marketing part, are we continuously doing marketing? How is that rolling out in all provinces? Thank you.
Minister.
Maybe DG must take it, give me a break a little bit.
DG.
Thank you very much, Chair.
It's because of that red thing that you are wearing.
With regards to the banks and estate agents, indeed we do get feedback from them. And I think the problem is that in this market, you would imagine that the estate agents don't really make much. And I think that's where the downside is. But banks themselves are compelled by law to report to us quarterly in terms of what they, well, in fact, it's half yearly. I'm wrong, it's half yearly. They are expected to report to us half yearly to report on all segments of the market they are financing, and also to provide reasons where they have declined applications, reasons for such declines. And our Office of Disclosure also monitors that. So that feedback mechanism exists already. And last time, in the reporting cycle, there was a bit of a tiff and taff between us and them around the degree and level of expectation of reportage. And we had since established a working team to streamline the reporting mechanism and to ensure that we are at one. There is an understanding of what exactly are we expecting them to collect from their own branches and their own outlets, and what should they package for purposes of reporting to us. And of course, with data mining and data intelligence, we are demanding more and more to understand who are they approving and for what reasons and so on. So that's said and done. Banks now see this, unlike estate agents, they see this as a new market. People that would have normally been out of reach for them to access loans. Once government gives them something, then they become attractive for the banking market, and they are the lower end and the entry. And with property, I'm sure Honorable Abada would appreciate that. It does appreciate, and with time, the person can then sell the entry house and be able to buy a bigger one, and so they become a captured audience for the banks. And that's why banks now are more eager in being the outlets for the product and in getting the product going by promoting it and advising those that come, and I initially declined, to advise them that when they do their calculations, if they access and they qualify for the product, then they can be able to be granted the loans. And this is the part of the column which speaks about the mortgage-backed column, which is there, that they are the ones who actually approaches banks and they can be funded. And so there is streamlined funding and syndicated funding between ourselves and the banks, giving the same person portion, which is a grant, and the other portion being a loan that they pay back later. So it's differentiated for the two categories of people. So, but yes, the feedback we are getting. Thanks, Honorable Abba.
Thanks very much. Okay, Minister.
I just wanted to make one addition that DG might have not covered, and I think it's an important discussion that we are engaging with the commercial financial banking system. There are categories higher. If I recall very well, it's around 37 or 35,000 in terms of the threshold, which means in our own policy alignment, they will never, according to our policy, be funding the gap market. And that alignment is important for us to be able to attack the gap market, which is so huge, so that there could be a contribution also coming from the private sector. I'm not sure either we must go up or they must come down, but we're having that discussion on the table because we also think it's a bit of a anomaly if, you know, we are not aligned. We need to try and find a way, because even in their application with this relationship, they are pushing a lot towards our side as well. Not that we don't like it, but we are trying to reach an agreement to say, hey, also be builders of society in a way and transform for our people. Let's look into this threshold. It's still very initial of the discussion. In fact, there were comments by Minister Kubai. We're still trying to tap into that and close that discussion. I think it is important because honorable members as well, as we engage with partners, we need to be able to take that into the private sector, particularly the banking. Shura has the same type of discussion with regards to social housing. And so far, we've seen Nedbank coming positively into really equaling, though sometimes it's not necessarily equal, but you do find a contribution of around 73 million into our projects in Grand Central directly. But the other 3-4 banks are still lagging behind, but we're putting our foot there so that it also assists that the rental stock does have also the image that people can, you know, ideally say, I want to stay there, I'll pay my rent, it will be a partnership between government, its developer, and ourselves as the private. So we're trying to move into a different way of how do we fund and support our program. I thought that is important. It's still a difficult route, but we think we can be able, for the fact that now they're on the table, it means we can be able to head somewhere in terms of dealing with that table, which is a problem for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
The marketing of the product, just need the marketing of this product. How is the marketing going on that?
Okay, maybe we may have to check. I'm not sure, but I'm just saying we're reviewing what we then do receive from that end, which is 22 below. They say, hey, this is your client. But I may not be able to vouch really as to whether to they market. Maybe we need a dedicated type of a program and a discussion which says maybe periodically we need to go to our banks and say, how many did you, NHFC needs to be able to say, this is how we are engaging with them. But we have that open relationship now. But for me, the critical part of your question is the measurement. That can we be able to measure if they market and if we want them to market, of which we do want them to market. Not only market, but also fund the gap market. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Although the unintended consequence might be you'll then have more and you won't afford. But we want people to be aware of this product. Just the last one, Minister. How far are you with the amendments to the Home Loan and Mortgage Disclosure Act in the context of first home finance? I'm not sure whether you are still on course.
We are on course, but I think Paul could do more additions into that.
Okay.
Thanks,
With that red tie, yes, continue.
It also matches with the mic. It's red and black.
Yes.
Thanks, Honorable Chair, Minister, and committee members. We are at the final stages of the consultations on the disclosure act, but I think at the final stages, to a certain extent, that we will be presenting the report to both the DG and the Minister to then allow us to carry it forward, which will then be brought to Portfolio Committee.
Okay. Thanks very much. I think we're done with this item. We're not doing very well on time, but it was important because it's a very important intervention, and members of the committee need to know about it so that they can assist selling it to our constituencies who may want to apply for this product. I'm going to request that we have a 5 minutes break, and whoever is presenting minister the next item, try to summarize. I think we'll go into details as they ask questions, so that we are not punished for spending a lot of time. 5 minutes, not smoking, but stretch leg. I don't want the Honorable PT and Honorable Frenchman to, they must just stretch their legs.
Chairperson, the Poppy Act, don't mention my name.
Yeah, let's start. Try to. DJ.
While presenting.
Yeah, let's start, DJ.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and a good morning to the members of the committee, and also recognition of the presence of the Honorable the Minister and my colleagues both in Parliament and also in the Ministry and Department. Chairperson, the presentation that we are making before the committee stems from the letter we have received from the chairperson of the committee, in which the letter indicates that based on an anonymous correspondence that the chairperson has received, we were required to clarify the allegations as contained and in the list listed by the chairperson. Chairperson has already cautioned that we shouldn't be long with the presentation. And I take it, Chair, that in that instance, you are granting us 15 minutes for a presentation, which is the standard allocated time, or is it shorter, 10 minutes? I don't know, so that I can pace myself accordingly based on that.
You want how many minutes?
I thought 15.
15.
Thank you.
You
very
chose
much.
15. I never gave you 15. You chose. Please stick to it.
It's okay. I think we can deal with 15, Chairperson.
All right.
Chair, without much waste of time, let me indicate that these are the 11 allegations that were communicated to the minister and requested that we duly respond. I will go quickly through them on a high level, but before I do that, I wish to spend 2 minutes just to give a bit of context. And I think the mandate of the minister is very clear to us that we hold no brief for any CEO, any board chair, or any members of the board, and our relationship and currency is based on good governance and is based on the tenets and prescripts in the shareholder compacts we sign with all our entities. And for those who work with the minister and ourselves and me as the DG, know very well that for whatever happens, they will be held accountable. I don't think that that should be misconstrued in any way that they would. And I say so, knowing very well that the minister is in receipt of several anonymous emails in which sometimes it is alleged that the minister protects some CEOs or wrongdoers, and sometimes it is alleged that the DG may be the one protecting these people, and sometimes it alleges both, and sometimes it even says it is not known which powers are greater that are protecting individuals. But at least to indicate that because we were asked specifically for the NHFC, we will zoom in and focus only on those that have been given to the minister for us to respond to. We have even more of the allegations that have been communicated in these anonymous letters, other than what is covered here, and we'll simply focus on what we are requested to respond to, Chairperson. On number one, Chair, I wish to indicate that the first allegation is an allegation dealing with irregular office lease. This is not a new matter to the committee. The committee had raised this matter before, and I think even one of the members of the committee, in the person of Honorable Mpiti, had written to the minister basically requesting clarification relative to this matter. And in his letter, he had actually gone beyond what was contained in the chairperson's letter, and in which he had highlighted the fact that the AG had already made findings, a matter that he also repeated in a portfolio committee meeting where we previously ventilated on this matter, that why when there has been an AG's finding that to date we have not acted, although the finding exists. And in answering this matter, we seek, and we will not go into detail, Chair, of what really happened with the transaction and so on. The last engagement, we did give the brief about how the evolution from exchanges from one office to the next. But at this stage, that seems a bit relevant to the process we're engaged in, because as it is, there is an AG's finding on the matter. The AG's finding which the entity has disputed and has lodged a dispute with the AG, and it's seeking the AG's own review of the finding based on what they consider a new motivation. They had also reached out to the National Treasury in the Office of the Accountant General to seek a revision of the matter and a review, and that the Accountant General adequately pronounce based on all the information proffered. As the matter stands, the process between them and the AG is where we are, and whether the AG would review or not. Should the AG not review and not accept what the NHFC proffers as its own version of process and until it contracted, that matter would then be referred to the board, the incoming board, to deal with adequately and to finalize on the matter. Should the AG agree with them, obviously, then the matter will fall away and the issue of irregular expenditure wouldn't be there. There is a framework of dealing with irregular expenditure in the public service, and that framework is quite explicit on what needs to be done. The investigations that have got to ensue where irregular expenditure has been raised, and that those prescripts would have to be followed by the board. This matter was contained in the closeout report of the former board, in which that former board had indicated to the minister that at their own board meeting they had actually approved the transaction. So nevertheless, like I said, that's what under the bridge is neither here nor there from a point of view of the process that is unfolding, and that the matter, as it is a matter coming from the previous board, will be among the first matters that are referred by the minister to the incoming board to deal with and to review that process, depending on what the outcomes are. And if the AG stands by a decision, like I said, then that's how the matter will go down in terms of the framework dealing with irregular expenditure. The second matter was the matter dealing with ex gratia payment, which is said to have been made to the CEO and other officials. What we know about this is that the board, at one of its meetings before expiry of term, had made a decision to pay a once-off ex gratia payment, and there is a board resolution to that effect. We know of this board resolution primarily because when the board reached out to the minister seeking the ministerial concurrence on the matter, a matter that was also contained in the report of the board, outgoing board, to the minister, it had indicated that they had made such a decision. The board's considerations were that this will indeed raise and address the issue of the low staff morale. When the minister received such a request for concurrence, the matter was referred to the department for consideration and advice, and the department had to consider the matter. We need to indicate that the department did not support the request for an approval or concurrence for ex gratia payment. We had our reasons why we disputed that, and I'll go to the reasons very quickly. First, we felt that it was not performance-based, and that this will create a terrible precedent, that an entity amongst all our 6 entities, the NHFC is the least performing entity compared to the others, and others are performing even in the higher. Some of them have achieved percentages above the 80% threshold in the shareholder compact, and they had not been given any ex gratia payment, let alone payment of bonuses. And to that extent, we felt that this couldn't be justified. We also were worried about the potential sector-wide precedent it will set, that once we do it for this, there will be nothing stopping employees in other entities through their employee representatives to demand a similar dispensation. And this would certainly create an untenable situation. So consequent to that, we also felt that the instrument that the board had sought to utilize wasn't an effective one. I mean, it's a thinking that says if there is a problem, throw money at it. And if employees are unhappy, just give them money. For some reason, they'll then become happy. I think we felt that the institution needed to go into detail of what is causing the unhappiness, engage staff thoroughly through their labor representatives, and to also have programs get at improving staff morale on a sustainable basis than a once-off type of setup that if you're unhappy, just get money, and then all of a sudden the money will take all the problems away. And you in that case, you'll have to keep on throwing that money if it makes and brings some temporary happiness. So we disagreed with that. The minister then communicated this decision to the entity that will not be supporting this and that this would not be granted. Where we are sitting, we do not believe that any of the payments have then been made, because if they have been made contrary to the decision to not grant concurrence, that will constitute financial misconduct. And we had, before coming here, checked with the entity for them to confirm with us that no such payments have been made, and this is the confirmation we have. So this matter, we believe that because it was indeed requested based on a board approval, but we did not grant the concurrence, where we are sitting, this is where the matter should end, unless it can be demonstrated otherwise that some payments have indeed been made, in which case then we will deal with them as financial misconduct with payments that have been done without following the requisite prescripts and in violation of the shareholder compact. On the issue of unauthorized international trips and courses, here we are told that the rest of the trips that were undertaken had been approved by the board, and there was one trip or course, international training program, which was in 3 legs. We are told that the first 2 legs were approved by the board, but when the third leg, which was the final leg for completion, had to come, the board had a rethink in terms of this matter, and the board had then said it is not going to approve that part, and that the CEO was needed here and focused on some of the work the board had assigned. Given those considerations, the CEO felt strongly that she needed to complete the program, and she indicated that she had then raised a personal loan to pay for the completion of the program and to travel on her own accord, and to also utilize her private time by taking and applying for leave, and which normal annual leave was granted, and she then went and participated. So this matter, we have taken what the response from the entity is, that there has not been expenditure that has not been approved by the board. But nevertheless, the minister feels strongly and is of the opinion that the matter be referred to the incoming board for full investigation, whether indeed any payments that had not been approved by the previous board had actually been utilized for this. And should the report come as such, of course, that again will be a financial misconduct if that is found to be in that way, and it will be dealt with in accordance with the prescripts. There is also a allegation of workplace bullying and dictatorship, and here it is about the CEO allegedly creating a toxic environment and bullying other staff members. We have done 2 things really relative to this matter. First was to try and look at the grievance register at the NHFC to see if there is a spike in grievances that show dissatisfaction among staff. We had not come across a spike, and we did a comparative analysis between the period now and the same period last year, and we wanted to see if there is any major significant changes. We haven't seen that. What we are aware about is that one major employee or a senior executive there had approached the minister with a clear issue of a grievance to say she's been bullied and that she's being ill-treated. And we felt that in the absence of the board, which she could have approached if it was in place, that the CEO be encouraged and be directed to actually cease her processes and to put those processes in abeyance, and that also the grievance that the employee has lodged against the CEO also be put in abeyance so that it could be dealt with by a competent authority, in this case being the board. And we say so knowing very well and stated advisedly that the relationship between the CEO and employer-employee is with the CEO and the board, and not necessarily the minister. And we also have case law that has, of recent, even within our own entities, confirmed those bounds relative to ministerial action and intervention that is being sought. So both parties have accepted the wisdom of putting the matter in abeyance. We are not far from a time when the board comes into being, and when it does, Minister will refer this matter to the board to investigate the grievance, but also to investigate the unfair labor practice that the employee is alleging, and make a determination on what needs to be done relative to that. So that matter, both parties have been dealt with. What we are recommending to the NHFC, though, is to conduct a climate and staff satisfaction survey, and to see to what extent, on an anonymous basis by an independent provider, to look at indeed the issues of perceived workplace bullying, and if such is found to be appropriate and to be founded or substantiated, then it should be referred to the board to adequately deal with the matter. There was the issue of the company credit card and fraud, and I think quickly we must clarify the NHFC, first and foremost, does not have the authority outside the approval of the Treasury to actually borrow. So consequently, it cannot have a credit card. I think at the outset I must say that. So, which then is a misnomer to call this card a credit card, because it's not a credit card in the sense that in a credit card what you get is money that is borrowed from whichever institution you are getting the card from, and you pay them in arrears after utilization of their own money. This card is a bank card that is pre-funded. So basically you take your own budget, you put it into the card and deposit it in advance, and what you are spending is not borrowed money, is your own money that you put into that card. So this is a pre-funded card, and it was done in such a manner to remain within the prescripts. The card, we are told when it started, the proxy was the former CFO, and it has since changed hands. When the CFO left, the proxy was made the CEO. And the report we have sourced from the entity to confirm for us was whether or not this card has been used for any personal travel. And the confirmation was that no, it has not been used for any personal travel, and that the card, however, has been utilized at a DBSA stakeholder engagement in Egypt. We have then said that that 38,000 rand expenditure for this stakeholder engagement be referred to the incoming board to determine if indeed the previous board had sanctioned first and foremost the activity, and to look at the invitees, the people who were they the people who were supposed to be at the event, and what was the purpose of the event, and even in the first instance, whether the engagement with DBSA, is it the NHFC that needed to pay for it, or was it DBSA that needed to pay? And all of those matters be investigated by the board, and that the board then report back to the minister on the appropriate steps it will take relative to the outcomes of any such investigation. On the issue of the boss closure report, we confirmed that the board term expired in March 2025. It was a normal expiry of term, and consequent to that, the board submitted its closeout report to the minister, and that report has been processed. The issues that the minister needed to deal with, a minister had already begun dealing with them, and the issues that were being referred or highlighted or flagged as those that will have to be dealt with by the next board have indeed been flagged out, and as soon as the board comes in, the minister would reference that to that. I now need to move to the issue of the 1 billion facility with DBSA. We indicate that in line with the earlier response I've given relative to the matter of African Bank, and I used this as an example of DBSA, this is still under negotiation, and we will look at it. It's intended for lending operation as a joint facility. We will look at that, and we have not yet come across any improper issues as the matter is not yet with us for concurrence. We have read in the letter of the chair that there is an allegation which is not specific, but that simply says that there appears to be improper ties to the former chairperson. Well, perhaps it's a silver lining in that cloud that the former chairperson has not availed himself to come back to the board and has not reapplied and has since moved on. And therefore, if indeed at all any such allegations were to be founded, it becomes moot now because he's not there. But in any event, our reading of this was something that is quite futuristic. It seemed to suggest that there would be future improper conduct, and we had no way of telling that indeed when it has not happened, it could be alleged that it is coming. And nevertheless, we had indicated that we will finalize on this matter. The board will have to, the new incoming board will have to look at the transaction like any other, review them and make a decision. If they decide it is something they wish to deal with on this one, like R1 billion, they will have to come to us for concurrence. We will deal with the matter as and when it comes to our table. And I think in addition to this, and it having already been flagged, we are of the opinion that the NHFC should apply probity to the transaction. Even before concluding and signing off, it should get independent verification and an auditing process into it. And if needs be, for R1 billion, it's not even a bad thing, spending a bit of money, getting a transaction advisor independently to help them structure the deal and to make sure all is above board and to give that guarantee also to the minister. We too, when it comes to us for concurrence, we will review the transaction and ensure that all is above board. Then there is the issue of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Chairperson, this one, it was not indicated where the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, except that it was on the travel of the CEO, and it is said that she had meaninglessly changed her travel arrangements here and there, willy-nilly, to the extent that as a result of these changes, fruitless and wasteful expenditure was incurred. So the test we needed to do in this regard, first and foremost, was to look at the AG's report, whether any fruitless and wasteful expenditure has been recorded relative to travel. And we found that no such has happened. But second test was whether any adjustments have been made to the approvals relative to travel, and we picked up 7 on travel, 7 travel events. It wasn't clear from that test whether indeed any of those are related to the CFO or to the CEO, and we had then said that this 7 must be ring-fenced and be referred to the incoming board to look at specifically to investigate whether there is any association Or even better, what were the true reasons for such variations and adjustments where they have occurred? Because it's not all adjustments that are really improper. Some of them are quite necessary. But sometimes, indeed, they may be of an improper conduct. And one can think on top of the head like a no-show, where a person books a flight and then decides that they are not flying, and then the money is gone down the drain. But it's not all of that that changes. Sometimes you change the time of the flight, and the adjustment, by the way, can be downwards or can be upwards. You change the flight of the time, and the flight you are taking is now an evening flight, is cheaper than the peak time, and the adjustment goes down. Or it may be vice versa. You change the flight time, and you peak time, and the adjustment goes higher. And that is acceptable in the normal course, that the adjustments may happen in that regard. So that is why we are saying that we will have to look at the investigation whether it points out to that. Then there was the issue of unlawful appointment. This one was about a whistleblower allegation relating to a promotion of a senior staff member there. And accordingly, there was a probity review, which means that internal audit, legal, and what looks at the process, and then it's supposed to make a conclusive thing. This was a board process, the previous board process. And instead of giving a definitive outcome, the probity then recommends a forensic audit. And then the board writes to the minister in his closeout report to say a forensic audit has been recommended on this matter. So we stand by that. We say the incoming board must indeed undertake that forensic audit on this to check whether indeed there was any wrongfulness in the appointment process. On the Capital City project, here it's a project we don't know if, in fact, it's startling us why this project was singled out from all of the SHIs in which the NHFC invests money in for social housing. There are several, and in that entire stock on many SHIs, majority of them, we could say, about 95% are doing exceptionally well. And there's the odd 5% where they are troubled, these SHIs, for various reasons. Across all of them, we are intervening, including one in Brandwag in Bloemfontein, which the committee had raised before, including the one here in the Western Cape, including Let's Care, including the one in Ekurhuleni, and so on. So all of these SHIs, we have been intervening in them, and we have been trying to provide support. The reason why we are intervening, if I may give an example like on the Capital City Chair, it is precisely because if we do not intervene, both the NHFC and the SHRA will lose an investment of about almost R1 billion jointly that they have invested in. And the history is long, Chair, I won't go into it, but in short, the people saying they are military veterans, and I'm saying so knowing very well that we did profiling of the occupants, and some of them are not, and some people who stay there are actually not qualifying for any of our products. But they invaded 261 units, saying that they are unhappy with the KwaZulu-Natal provincial government's slow pace of delivery of houses for them. With that said and done, it made the entire SHI untenable because it couldn't collect any rentals on those units, and it brought it into financial ruin, and then other creditors wanted to take it for liquidation. And with the liquidation process, if it goes through, our entities will lose the investment. And so we felt that it's a no-brainer to spend less than 100 million in order to save 1 billion. And to that extent, we then, with the approval of the Treasury, send the money to KwaZulu-Natal provincial government with the view of them acquiring the 261 units, severing them from the SHI to bring the SHI on financial turnaround, and to use this 261 to allocate them to the correct beneficiaries that are required, and thereby ensuring that both the NHFC as well as the SHRA stand a better chance of getting their money back. So we don't know why this one was brought in. The allegation was simply to say, they look at this situation of where money is being sent to KwaZulu-Natal. And the money was not even given to the SHI, it was given to the provincial government to enable it to have money to buy the units from the SHI so that we can sever that and save the day. The one was on the IT Enterprise Resource Program, which is the last one, Chair. And this one, it said that the budget increased from 20 million to 144.5 million. And we indicated that yes, when initially the NHFC wanted to kickstart the program, it said they projected that the ERP system that they need to put in place, they estimated it will cost them 20 million. Then after a bit of work and a bit of internal consultations, it is said that the former CIO suggested that the figures be revised back then to 98 million. And they then had the board approve the budget of 98, and the budget of 98 was approved as a budget for the thing, and they went to market. The report we have is that in the market, they went to market 3 times without any takers on the budget of 98. And it is only when they revised the procurement strategy from an open tender and they tried a request for proposals on the same spec that the cheapest proposals they were getting was now in the region of 144.5 million, something that they had now wished to put that new budget for approval by the board. The board expired before it could finalize on that. It's a matter that the new board will have to deal with in terms of budget allocation first and foremost. We have seen what the allegation is of a potential future impropriety which intimates that the husband of the CEO happens to own a company in the ICT environment. The allegation does not say that company trades with the NHFC, does not say how the two are linked. We then believe in that instance that let the board deal with the matter and let the board look at first and foremost whether the ERP scope is the right one, and secondly, whether the budget that is being allocated is also the right one. And then the board must put in place, knowing already that allegations are being raised, that no conflict of interest occur, that the process is speak and span, and so on, because what we should not do is to throw the baby with the bathwater, is to then say, because there are these allegations, we will not roll out the ERP program. The entity needs the ERP program to function well. Our job is to make sure that they acquire it in a manner that is above board and in a manner that is in compliance with the prescripts. And where allegations are being made, we have to be circumspect. And in this case, we will also advise the entity to again seek a transaction advisor, because if the figures are in the region of 144 million and it's a single transaction, is too big for potential failure and for other things. And therefore, a transaction advisor will be able to advise the entity well whether indeed there's value for money and whether it's going about it the right way, and whether indeed the process it's following is in compliance with prescripts. On that note, Chair, we stand by that, and just to give timeline indications relative to this, is that Minister has indicated the board is coming in. We hope at the end of June we'll be done with the entire process and a turnaround from Cabinet if we make the next cycle, and if the committee social cluster does sit to consider the matter and it goes to Cabinet and there is approval. Once the board is in, some of these matters here are the matters we seek the board to deal with within the first 30 days, and some due to complexity, we have extended the period to 90 days for a turnaround from the board side to have given us an indication of how they are dealing with those matters. Thank you very much.
Minister, are you fine?
Thank you, Chair. I'm okay. We can go to questions. I'll elaborate more.
Okay. I think there is a presentation, honorable members. In terms of the presentation, it says We will still need to engage with it in details when the board has, according to the recommendation, when the new board has done what it's supposed to do, and they're given time frame that within the first 30 days of the appointment, they deal with the issue. I'm going to allow Honorable, because he tried to ask those questions, start there, come to Honorable Mpiti, Honorable Poole, Honorable Princess, Honorable Blosse, Honorable Makagula, finally, or Honorable Ditebe, then finally, Honorable. Do you also want to come in? Okay. But we don't have time, colleagues. If we can shoot straight to questions, if it's questions, then later we'll develop a way forward. Not more than 3, like I said, then we move on.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. And thanks for the 15 minutes from the teacher. You promised to take 15 minutes. Let me just take 2 minutes at least. Okay, no, I think the first question, Honorable Minister, has captured it, but I can repeat my question. By the look of things, Chairperson, it seems everything that we talk about would come back to the appointment of the board. If I understand that when the board is appointed, the first 30 days, that is when we look at maybe the board will be expected to come back to us. But maybe how soon can you appoint this board, if I may ask that one, because everything relates to the board. Chairperson, I just want to find out about this. You'll help me on this name, Miss Letsie. Okay, Letsie. Letsie. Okay, no, thank you. On Letsie's tenure at the NHFC, could you finish the committee with a comprehensive overview of her employment duration and documented performance trajectory within the organization? And also, on the specific legal or procedural grounds, is the legitimacy of her promotion being challenged? And what actionable steps are being taken to address any alleged contraventions of established human resources policy or statutory regulations? That's my first question. And the second question, Chairperson, will be, I just want to find out if on the, okay, let me go to this one. Concerning the adjustment of the seven travel events, could you elaborate, Minister, on the precise nature and financial implications of these modifications? Furthermore, if the details of these adjustments are already within the ministry preview, what specific unresolved queries or alleged non-compliance issues remain to be investigated, thereby justifying continued scrutiny rather than immediate resolution and accountability? I hope you have captured my question very well. The last one, on the ex gratia payments, I just want to find out, Minister. Let me ask this one again. I know you have captured that when I first asked it. The CEO was here with us in April this year, and I actually asked her a question regarding her turnaround and the performance of the entity. And she actually explained, and I think she explained, Chairperson, from 19%, and when she took over last year, around October, she mentioned around 30-something% up to 50-something% when she was here giving us the report on the turnaround and the performance of the entity. I just want to find out if the CEO was actually lying to us, because I can see on your presentation it actually says you did not approve the ex gratia payment due to lack of performance-based justification. I just want to find out on that one. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
I'm going to take 2-2. I'm trying to manage time. Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. You know, Chair, I think the presentation for me is quite disappointing, because I feel that what the DG is saying is that they will outsource their executive responsibility on this particular issue to the board. There are many issues that have been raised since last year on this particular issue. And what we're hearing now is the DG, together with the minister, saying to us that, well, even though the house is burning and there's allegations that the building is going to burn down, we will wait for the board. There are key issues that are being brought forward here. And I'll just give the 3 points as you've said, Chair. The Auditor General was very clear that this is not a minor compliance issue in terms of this lease agreement. The Auditor General was quite clear that the lease is irregular. It flouts the PFMA, and that the fact that the CEO went about this particular process the way that she has done is fruitless expenditure. That's what the AG has said. The AG further says that there's 15 serious limitations of scope that are identified with this lease. That's not a minor compliance issue. That is an issue that relates to the irregular getting of this particular lease. Bidders were only given 13 days to bid for this lease, when the normal protocol is what? 6 weeks. So we are not talking about an issue here that is just a minor compliance issue. It's been found by the Auditor General to be irregular. The National Treasury on the 8th of May confirmed that they will not review the lease that the AG has found to be a finding. And that letter was sent to the CEO. So my first question is, the Minister aware of the letter dated the 8th of May from the National Treasury, in which it says that it will not review the lease because the AG has already issued a finding on the matter? That was dated the 8th of May. Has the Minister seen this particular letter? And what is the view of the Minister that the National Treasury is essentially agreeing with the AG that there is an irregular way in which this contract was found in place? And also, we can't discount the fact that this is a lease that is irregular on the basis that it was first 6 months, then extended to 13 months, right? The CEO had an opportunity to open up this to the market for tenders. She did not. She waited until the last possible chance to then open it up for the 13 days that she did, and then used a single source bidder, which is also wrong. There was no deviation for her to do that. That is why this lease is wrong. And so if you are saying that you will wait on the board for this particular issue, I find that outsourcing the responsibility that has been given to you on that particular issue. I move on to the second point, Chairperson. The NHFC bank card, credit card, whichever way you'd like to look at it, there was an investigation by Nexia on this particular issue, where that property review found that there is merit for allegations of abuse of the card. The report is there. The report might have not been shared to this committee, but the report is there. It says that there are transactions there that were done at cash and carries that were done at Pick and Pay. There are transactions there that have been noted in that particular report that has been found that there is merit for investigation on that, and that a forensic report needs to be put together to find out what went wrong. So if that report is there before you, Minister, again you say we should wait for the board to be appointed. When again you have this issue that is before you, and that clearly states that there is merit for a testing of these allegations. The same applies to the general manager, which has already been mentioned, that the recruitment process was irregular. The property review found that it was irregular. And so, again, no forensic report, will wait for the board, no action from the minister. Then we go to the card itself, which was used in Egypt, 13,000 Rand, which was used for dinners, lounge access, a variety of issues that this bank card was used on. Again, Minister, we raise these issues. You are saying we'll wait for the board, no action. That's fine. We move on. We have now the issue of the IT enterprise. Does the NHFC not have a CIO? It does. But here we are spending 180,000 Rand on an advisor for this ERP program, right? When there's a CIO in this particular entity. So again here, you ask yourself, why do we have a CIO if indeed we're going to spend so much money trying to deal with issues of, you know, an exceptional amount of money, 144 million Rand that is being spent on this ERP. How is that taking place? Again, you ask us to wait for the board to be put in place. The issue of the Capital City project is only relevant in this particular case, DG, simply because that 100 million was paid to the municipality of Msunduzi, not to the provincial government of KZN. It was paid to the municipality. Why not the business rescue practitioner? Why was that the decision that you chose to make? Again, here you tell us to wait for the board. The international trips, 7 events of cancelled trips, you are not able to verify how much the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Again, you tell us to wait for the board. My point here, Chair, in closing, is that there's a number of issues that are before the minister. There is no board as it stands. We've been listening to the promise that there will be a board by end of June. So while there's no board, what is the minister doing to deal with these issues that are piling up, right? Piling up. Now we have the 8 million high performance culture initiative coming up, being pushed through without the board. The minister is saying we're waiting for the board. Now, what I'll say, Chair, in closing is that the public protector is investigating this, thankfully, because I've submitted that complaint and they will test these allegations where the executive authority is refusing to actually test these issues, but simply say we'll wait on the board. My simple question is that when will the minister actually take the decision to act and to actually test these things? But simply telling us we're waiting for the board is clearly not sufficient, and it's not enough to deal with all the issues that we've received on this particular issue. And as a member who has been the one who's received these issues on this particular portfolio committee, I can tell you that there are many, many allegations that need to be tested, and to simply leave it as the way that you're doing is not exercising executive authority over this entity. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
No, thank you very much. Chair, let's start first by indicating that we have already indicated that by end June, we anticipate that the board would have been appointed. So that's the timeline Honorable Gamede asks. When are we likely to appoint the board? The second issue is about Ms. Litsie, and I'll answer both of them same time with what the two members have raised. The issue here, Chair, is that the probity report didn't say what Honorable Mpiti says it has found wrongdoing. If it had found wrongdoing, it would have been conclusive, and it will have recommend to the board what then appropriate steps it's recommending for the board to undertake. The probity report said there is a merit for a further investigation, which is exactly what we are saying to the committee, that we are looking at that investigation taking place. We're accepting the recommendation of the probity outcome. We are not disputing it. We're not sweeping it under the carpet. We're saying it must be undertaken. The question is whether should the minister then leave her oversight pedestal and immerse herself as a player. Because once she is, she can then for not play referee later. And it's a dangerous precipice to go that route. And more so when we have already seen in one of our entities what happens when a minister does that. So, advisedly, we the department are advising the minister to say, please do not enter the fray. Direct the appropriate authority to enter that fray and deal with it appropriately so that it can report to you, so you can still play your oversight role if any of the parties to that dispute between the board and the employees that report to that board have disputes and they can't agree. Because other than that, minister then waives her own right of being an oversight player and is actually asking that then the matters, once there is a dispute, must go straight to court and jump her, because she would have been tainted by the process she had immersed herself in. And it's a value judgment we must make based relatively on the timelines we are looking at. Because those timelines, if we are now so close to getting a board, the issue of the lease, Chair, is not a new discovery. It has been flagged by the AG, even when the previous board was in office. And it is a matter, Chair, that is not going to change likely now because the contracts are signed. So it's not going to go away. It will not swept under the carpet. But it's also not an emergency in the context of how it's being posited, that further harm will occur. If further harm is already occurring, harm is there already, if indeed it is irregular. And what we have said is that if indeed the NHFC has approached the AG to say, here's our further motivation, please review your own decision. It's a normal practice in the auditing process. The AG can consider additional information and review on its own accord. It's well, good and well if the Treasury says we shall not do so, primarily because the AG has made a decision. I think it's their decision. We are not aware about the letter that is being referenced, but nevertheless, if they have made such a decision, then that's fine. But the process with the AG must still pronounce. AG can say, we bring this matter, this is our final decision, it will not change. And it closes the matter. Then in which case, then the appropriate authority must deal with those, with that matter as a matter. And I've already said there is an irregular a framework dealing with irregular expenditure, and we'll follow the prescripts of that. Let me move quickly to the issue of the bank card. Again, I think even on this matter, the probity had recommended that an investigation be undertaken, a forensic investigation be undertaken. The question is, if we, the department, via the minister, appoints a forensic investigator, then it is the ministerial process, and it immerses the minister into that fray. And whereas it should be a board process, correctly, and that the board should do its work. These things are on record. They will not disappear. They will be investigated. And if there is wrongdoing, like we said in the opening remarks, we will deal with them appropriately with no favor, no fear, nothing of that sort. There's the issue about whether the CEO has actually lied when she appeared in April this year about performance. The CEO, our recollection is that she reported that she took the performance from about 19% to about 58%. she was correct, it is true. That's the finding and that's the record we have. But in order for entities in our department to pay bonuses or to consider any other financial rewards, they should have performed in excess of 80%. Our threshold is much higher for consideration of performance of bonuses. It's at 80% of targets and above. And we also consider on its own merits whether we approve and concur. There are entities that have achieved 80%, but on some key important aspects, they have not done well, and we still did not grant concurrence for payment of bonuses. So for us to start even talking any financial reward, first, Vulamlo Muche, open your mouth is a threshold of 80%. Show us that performance, then we can start talking whether indeed we will entertain this. And the reason why in this case we are saying we can't entertain it is because the performance has been recorded at 58%. It's above a pass mark at university and everywhere else, but however, for our purpose, it is not the threshold we have earmarked. If we then move to the matter of the 7 travel events, I've already indicated that it could not be found where the discrepancy and whether they are associated with the CF, and we are referring this thing for investigation as well. Let me touch upon the 180 advisor. As I was speaking, if indeed the NHFC has appointed a transaction advisor, I think it's a matter we should welcome as a principle that they should standardly be advised. I think the challenge with matters of ICT, Chair, ICT is a very broad field, in all fairness. And if there was ever any CIO in any government department or entity that says that they know it all, there is a problem. Even in medicine, a doctor, he may be a general practitioner, but when it comes to certain aspects of that field, they are limited because they don't specialize. And in the same manner, where you find a brain surgeon, he's not going to help you much with heart surgery, and you are going to have challenges. So, and to try build the entire edifice of the skill sets required across the entire field and bring them into one entity. I don't know what your ICT unit will look like and how much money you'll have to spend relative to this. I think we shouldn't make a mistake of seeing what the failures of what SITA had been to the state and the challenges, because that's where the repository of such support should have come from. And it has never come out from there. And that is why, even with the new regulations published by Minister Malachi, he's suggesting that where SITA is unable to perform such, we should go to the private sector. And we should demonstrate that the private sector can actually advise us better, can do the job better, and can be our eyes and ears where our own CIOs have limitations of scope in terms of the broader picture. And I think it's a picture right across. Even private sector companies don't keep such big ICT units. They have support that is outside that they insource, and they also have resources that they budget and pay for, and so on. So I think it's the same here. I will not know the scope of work, whether it justifies the 180 or not. We have not looked at that. It's the time we are hearing about this, but nevertheless, it's something we will go back and look at the 180K, and whether whoever is appointed as a transaction advisor for this thing deserves what is being paid or what. I think it's a matter we can look at. But as a general principle, if you recall, I was saying we will actually recommend for the NHFC to use the GTAG. But if you say they are already having a transaction advisor, perhaps GTAG may not be useful after all for that purpose, but it's something we must look at, whether the process of appointing that transaction advisor was above board, and perhaps it should be part of the scope minister references to the board to look at in the investigation as such. On Capital City, I want to indicate that and to confirm that we did pay to KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Government, and KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Government then paid Umsunduzi, which we have agreed that it should be a paymaster for the transaction, seeing that the rates thing, the severance of the units, every other thing, And also the municipal account was significant for the purpose of the transaction. And we then said, Msunduzi, by the way, is government. So in terms of the instrument we used, which was a stop and reallocation grant, and which the Treasury approved, the reallocation to KwaZulu-Natal, we can by right, we can that one transfer to Msunduzi because it's not yet a metro as such. But we have transferred it to the province, and province though has authority to transfer further to the municipality, and that's how the flow of the money went. You are asking, why couldn't it go directly to the business rescue practitioner? You can't take money ring-fenced for grants. You can only give it to another government entity. You can't give it to a private sector person or a private sector company. This is just pure rules pertaining to the DORA grant and the regulations surrounding it. And I think we had to find an instrument that is workable, but the money will end up where it's supposed to go in any case. And the AG will follow that money and audit it as such. I think Minister will certainly welcome the Public Protector's investigation, will cooperate with it. But you are asking what the Minister is doing while there's no, but Minister wrote to Treasury and asked that the Treasury consider appointing an external person. And the reason why we are not asking for an internal person is because of the allegations that have already been leveled, and the implications that even the executives there are tainted. So we are saying Treasury must give us an external person that can come until the board is appointed. We have been waiting. We are still waiting for that to happen. Minister?
Well, DG, you don't chair, hey, you know one drama.
He's starting. And I had released the, you must call them back, I had released them.
I can see he's really
this one, I'm
putting us in trouble. No, I think DG, you have covered quite a lot. But I also want to emphasize the issue of ex gratia, Honorable Gamete. You get to be paid the salary for the full performance of what you would have undertaken to do in an annual financial year. Now, to even reach that 80%, I really have to come back to you in a very convincing manner to say, well, they promised you as the committee, outlining their performance through the APP, and here they are, they've reached 80% of that. But I think, oh, well, give them even more than what you are paying. It really needs to be something out of this world, because the payment that is afforded and accorded to all our employees is on the basis of what they're expected to perform. So there isn't a thing that the explanation of 19% to 38% in the following second year and then to 50+% is not true. It is true. But in our view, it still does not say it's an extraordinary performance that needed an extra payment. I noted that the board spoke specifically in their closeout report that this is about low morale that they want to improve. And my view, together with our technical team, was that no, this is a once-time off type of a solution. I pay you an additional 10 rand today, you spend it, tomorrow you're still unhappy about the working conditions. Does it then mean I must pay you another one? No. Hence our view is, let's rather invest on an expert who will come and look into the working conditions, the spirit, the culture and all, and we rather improve our staff morale in a professional manner. It could be employee wellness. It does not mean that you will have to go really outside. You could ask DPSA, you could ask the Public Service Commission, which are government entities, to come and look really at these governance, administrative processes which are a challenge, and then resolve them. It was on the basis of that. And as the DG indicated, The allegation says there were payments which were made. Our indication from NFHC, we didn't receive concurrence from the minister and the payments were not effected. Honorable Mpiti, it's not that one is only focusing on putting over the issues and referring them to the board. That's procedural, actually. The board is responsible, the shareholder through the MOI, then is supposed to be responsible for oversight and overseeing of the issues. Now this board really, with all these matters, they've went to the old board. There isn't, besides maybe the issue of the Capitol building, which you could say the board was not necessarily or did not have an opportunity to look into. Of course, the issue of the investigation of the public protector, they wouldn't have. I also am not privy, except I'm hearing it here this morning, and I accept it, and we can really put honorable members at ease. Immediately the public protector calls, need 1 or 2, that will immediately be finished. We will cooperate. There is no issue about that. This is a portion of the handover report. I've actually made it my business, what the handover report, and then get what the administrators will be saying from NFHC. When they complained and we said, okay, how can we identify, for example, in this travel, what are the issues? We've performed that ourselves. We've picked that ourselves. So in the traveling, for example, that there's no categorized irregular at the annual report, we've picked it up ourselves there. But we are not saying because it is not categorized there, close it. It's a done deal. We are saying to the board, that will be coming. We'll hand over that and we would want you to look into it. The 7 identified trips. Why? What was the reasoning? Because we equally, as Gigi explained, can't just say, because there was a variation up or down, which the annual report will not tell you, what was the reasoning. So we will, at a particular stage, say, we found that there was a reasoning, we found that there was no reasoning. The same with the card, with regard to 38,000, in relation to the Egypt spend. We then have to go beyond the 38,000 and then realize as to whether was it valid, was it necessary, and then you receive a report and you sanction whatever the outcome that is supposed to be. But the board is responsible for that. In fact, DG, even on HR issues, pointed, besides the Litsie case, the issue of the intervention we've made as a department in relation to one case that still needs the board. I could have said as a minister, okay, which would have been wrong. Drop the investigation, don't, whatever. No, I can't do that. There are 2 complaints. The other one, the CEO had begun a disciplinary process. There is no board. There is a complainant again who says, please, I feel that in the absence of the board, I will not be able to be given a fair opportunity. Intervened on the matter when the issue was raised by me. I said, CEO, until the board comes into effect, you put the matter into abeyance of the disciplinary. If it needs be, which was in a way a not correct interpretation from the official, in my point of view, in terms of the action that I took, was that we could move the official into the department for stability's sake in the institution until the board gets to. Now, what I really ultimately would want us to ponder on really is it's an institution, and this point I might have raised the chair. Don't want to go one by one on the issues that the DG has already touched on, just to save time. This is an institution whose primary mandate is to offer services to our communities. And we are going to be spending time, really, focusing on issues, as DG says. There are well-listed letters that I've received. Some that the meeting is not chaired properly, then it's it's a very difficult, by my reading, an environment that really needs a professional to look into what are the issues. I'm even tempted to hire Honorable Mpiti as my advisor. Honorable Mpiti has all the things I don't have. I don't have the letter from National Treasury on the 8th of May. I've noted it down. Now I'm going to go out of this meeting and go and look for that letter. I mean, today it's what? June. I don't have, it's almost a month-old letter. I'm not privy to it, but it's okay. Honorable Mpiti has written to me on other issues. Mara kasangisikela ukuthi mfethu ngumikisa ku public protector. Uzongitshela la, yabona. And I'm okay. As I say, I will cooperate on all the issues that are being raised. The issue of 180K as well, I wasn't aware of the appointment in relation to that. I concur what the DG says. We will look into it. We'll also go with a bigger eye in terms of trying to see what could have been the reasoning, what could be the task and the responsibility. But already when you are dealing, Chair, with a transaction, for a lack of a better word, which already has a complaint, it gives you an additional eye in terms of demanding that there must be due diligence in what you're saying. What seems to be troubling me, and I think we could manage it jointly, is that in most instances, in the cases which deals with transaction in this entity, these transactions have not yet even been concluded. But and you will correct me if I'm wrong, but the complaints are already at the fore. It's not that it is wrong. Maybe it is saying, open your eye, create more opportunities and focus into the due diligence. But what was I meaning that, by Honorable Mpiti, the issue of DPSA is not yet concluded. I accept that there could be, the complaint, DG mentioned it, that we must now look if there is a relationship between that transaction with the former board chair. But they did not conclude it themselves. We can only hand it over to the board because I don't have powers to even go and appoint on behalf of that entity. It will be wrong for me to do that. The issue of the ICT budget, in terms of its increase, the allegation is that it wouldn't have increased if the partner or the hubby of the CEO is not in ICT or is inside ICT. There could be a relationship. Is it concluded as a transaction which now is at 140 plus million? No. That is why the DG was saying, we then are of the view that because there's already this, let's get even additional technical assistance with regard to National Treasury to look with us into whether this transaction are there. That's how we get to find out the 180K. I'm tempted to say to honorable members, maybe even in the inclusion of this 180K, our technical resolution of involving Treasury shouldn't change, so that we could also look into whether there was a need for a transitional advisor in a form of a 180K that would have been done by the entity itself. But we will speed up and conclude on these issues as the board gets to be appointed, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Before, I'm still following the line, Honorable. Is it order? Order?
Chair, ska mpotsa gore ke rule man. You proposed 2 questions. If we ask more than 2, then I will request that the minister and the department must respond to 2 questions. I mean, we have taken more than 20 minutes. More response.
Okay, time management. But I was going to say, although the minister said it jokingly, I think it's important, if you're comfortable, Honorable Mpiti, to deposit what you have with the minister, so that even if she hands over to the board, she's able to say, I've received the following, can you check them? Because investigation is something else. If you don't have more details, and then we'll also, I think at your spare time, you'll check with I think you have a DDG who's responsible for entities. Yes. I'm not influencing you, but I was going to ask, why DDG don't you have this information? Because you must be very close to the issue. But let me say, if you're comfortable, send them to the minister or the DDG, and then they be able to. I think we had the concern from Honorable Khaikilo, Honorable Poole, followed by Honorable Abada.
Thank you, Chair. Let me first welcome the presentation of the department. According to me, whether it's entities or whether it's politicians, there is regulations that regulate you, and you have to comply to it. Now my question is based on the NHFC's presentation that comes with the department's presentation. The lease was highlighted and DJ alluded to it, flagged as an irregular expenditure, and continuing with it, it will further contravene public finance regulations. Firstly, does that mean that contravention of Public Finance Management Act or other relevant regulations had already occurred? If so, what consequence management steps were taken to those responsible for the initial irregularity? Does the mere termination of the lease retrospectively resolve or justify initial irregularity? Chair, upon reviewing the AG's findings on page 12 and 13, several problem areas are highlighted, including bid processes. Example, the approval memo only refers to 4 landlords invited to the bid, whereas the original involved 5. Redefined Properties was declared non-responsive on functionality grounds. There was consultation between the CEO and the bid evaluation committee, leading to a recommendation cancel the limited bidding process. The supply chain management unit then proposed a deviation from the standard bidding procedures. Based on this, was there any interference or irregular influence on bidding process? Given that Redefine was deemed non-responsive, what was the rationale for subsequently appointing them? And lastly, Chair, given the CEO's direct involvement in procurement decisions, including authorized or limiting bidding process and engaging in consultations with the bid evaluation committee, was the department able to assess whether these actions respectively respected the principles of separations of duties and avoided undue influence on the outcome of the procurement processes? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. You need to tell them why you call me princess. You can't just call me princess and leave it at that. I know the minister's probably wondering why.
You really want them to know?
I don't know what you know. But I thought it came from the Free State trip. You have to admit we have a good committee, right?
Let's continue. Continue.
Okay, sorry. Just quickly, Chair, to the DG, why have we not done the staff surveys as yet? And then, are we using the incoming board as a convenient scapegoat to defer urgent action, or does the department lack the political will to hold senior leadership accountable for the gross mismanagement of public housing funds? I just feel it's well, I don't know if it's unfair, but the current board is not being held accountable. So we're now passing the buck on to the new board. I mean, they're coming in on a new slate and they have to take something that they don't know about. So it's, for me, it's a little bit unfair to them. And, you know, if this was in the private sector, the CEO would probably have been out the door months ago. Public funds are being abused while leadership hides behind procedures and legalese. Thank you, Chair.
Minister and DG.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. Maybe let me start with the issue of the board. All these reports suffice for few issues. These were issues which were raised with the board. The board undertook their own investigations and left them inconclusive. There has to be how they are closed. Unfortunately, it's called sins of incumbency. A new appointed Tembi will have to make sure that he or she closes the issues that were left on the table. The probity outcomes reports were done by the board, engaged by the board. I actually had a question to the DG and team. I said, it's also of interest to me why the board opted in most instances to utilize just one company, Nexus, SAB, and T. Almost all reports, and there's nothing wrong. Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned the name because it will sound like I'm saying there's something wrong about their reports. But I'm getting a picture coming from outside of human settlement, just zooming into NHFC. With a few months that I've been having, that if the board, the same individual had received complaint one after the other, diversification of some sort would have helped. Maybe in this instance, Magagula Incorporation versus Simelane would have looked into it that Simelane would have not picked up, but Magagula may pick up, and you will be able to highlight some of the issues that could have been a blind spot on the other. As the DG explained, they looked into the issue, refer it for forensic. Now the fundamental question here is, if I am to do anything, including the suspension of the CEO, Princess, the board set with this investigation, never arrived at that decision and said, conduct further investigations. Were they all close this investigation towards the exit of the board? Not necessarily. I am trying to say, this is the situation that I found, and I've applied in almost all the difficulties that I have in the entities. NHBRC, for example, I had to hand over a report which has got charges of officials, board, take through, continue with the hearing. I think this week or last week, the CEO was undergoing or was attending the disciplinary process, which has started by the old board. But I made it sure that when I'm handing over, I said, here are aligning issues, and I'm giving you this time to make sure that I get a report that these processes are getting to be closed. For me, the window of oversight is important. It may sound like I'm pushing Princess to a new board, but I've never had an old board. If you really look into the onboarding time that I had, the boards were appointed the first day I arrived in the office, on the 4th of December. Cabinet dealt with the 5 boards. Having decided not to include this board, because originally or ideally, Cabinet should have dealt with the 6 entities and say you are left with 2 months. On month 3, you are doing a handover, which is your March, and you go. But I found that situation not there. So should I say I'm the unlucky one? No, I can't come here and tell you I'm unlucky. I'm unlucky, yes. But I have got to provide solutions. And that is what I'm trying to do. And oversight to me is important. So that you can say to me, did you apply your mind in this report? What did it mean? Because once I institute, then it means I must come just here with a raw report to you and say, hey, they say they can't find anything wrong here. Because they've been, in a way, been part of what? A survey, I think it's what we are recommending. It's not necessarily raised anyhow from even the ex-gratia payment. When I was responding to Honorable Kamete, I said, the board just looked in to say, we appreciate the low staff morale. I said to the team, yes, let's not kick that one out, much as we kick the payment out. This suggests, therefore, that we have got people who are at 54% in performance and we want to drive them to 90%. Let it bother us to ask ourselves, why is the morale low? Still achieve what the board is trying to do, but in a responsible manner and in a way that we think when we are called for scrutiny, we could explain that the board had identified a low staff morale. We don't agree with the ex-gratia as a way of resolving staff morale, but we would want a staff survey. Are they happy? What can they? And it shouldn't just be done by a person, if possible, who is lay as I am in that field, but rather get a specialist by looking into the number of letters that I received. But even those number of letters do not suggest anything when you look into the trends of complaints as the DG has articulated. But we just do not want to say they are immaterial, they don't bother us. All the entities bother me. And I apply the same approach. I do not have a basis on why the CEO must be fired yesterday or even now. Maybe this could make me arrive as in a form of investigations to be able to look into a conclusion, because all what I was handed is inconclusive. Suffice to say, go and investigate it further. What mechanism would I have used to say, you go home, Chair, you're no longer our Chair? Or is it because of the anonymous emails, 3 that I've received? I don't think I could stand any acid test even when I'm questioned in a court of law. What have I exercised previously in another board, for example, where the department was engaging legally? And I said to them, no, I don't think we even have to write a motivation which either supports or do not support. It was a case against internally ourselves now in an entity. I said, I'll go to court and I will abide by the outcome of the court. And the outcome of the court came necessarily not in favor of us as a department. And I'm abiding. Ordinarily, I should have said, no, continue and defend. But I looked into the merits. I realized that on hindsight, some of the things came out in the report. I said, okay, Nehawu has a point. They still want to continue with the case. It's in court. I'm not going to run away. I'll go to court and say, look into what additionally I've found and thee shall abide. And that's what I'm doing. So this is the instance that I am requesting as well from the portfolio. Yes, from the portfolio committee. Because ordinarily, if then in the vacuum, I can just come here and say to you, all these cases are done and closed. I want to focus on the stability. It will be irresponsible of me. Equally doing them without following the processes and procedures will be irresponsible of me. And I'm pleading for the time to be able to refer to the board, give them stringent timelines to come back to these matters and report back to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Blose, followed by Honorable Magagula.
Yeah, no,
Don't be
thanks.
afraid to say I'm covered.
You are intimidating me now, Chairperson.
Okay, Honorable Poole, my sincere apologies.
Sorry,
I'm
Honorable
writing-
Blose. Sorry.
I'm writing, and honestly, so I don't know, my eye just went to the questions which were raised by the princess, and she was the last one. I missed you in between. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The issue, Honorable Poole, with regard to the AG processes and the bidding, I think the DG explained it fairly. It's part of the issues which are referred and needs to be overlooked by the board. And I note that Honorable PT is not in agreement with that. Because one, as I indicated, the outcome of National Treasury, I do not have it. And why there was a National Treasury thing, it was because it was brought on by NFHC as well as seeking for it to assist in looking into the entire passage that you have read and more in relation to the lease and how irregular it was. The matter as it stands is not concluded, because in the book that I sit in, the agency has still engaged the Auditor General on issues and the outcome that they are contesting in terms of interpretation. It's a normal process. Maybe I must also indicate to honorable members that I've met all the 2 requirements which I have arrived of meeting the AG, never even delegated it, set in person, in terms of the key issues that they wanted to raise with the entities, including the department. And this was not one of the issues that was raised and highlighted by the Auditor General. But that does not mean it is not important. What I can commit, Honorable Poole and honorable members, is to ensure that my partner, Honorable PT, share with me what he has. I go to National Treasury, engage them, and go to ensure that the board, as it starts, conclude on this matter as part of the 30-day matters, 30-day turnaround that will be given to the. What makes it difficult to arrive at this is it's not a new matter, as the DG has said. So there have been no steps that have been taken currently, because the matter in terms of the processes of accepting the management letter and its outcome by NFHC, they are challenging the outcome of the Auditor General, who currently has not yet come back to us to say, we confirm our finding. That's what the DG was saying. If that then is confirmed, it leads us into a very clear, well-determined process of irregular expenditure, which we all know that is what needs to kickstart, including the portion of consequence management that you are asking about. We're not yet there, but I will make sure that we follow up. Did I miss anything? Yes, I think the first one was the irregular what steps, and secondly was the portion of the bid process where you read page 12 and 13 of the management letter and the audit outcome in relation to the lease, which was deemed to be irregular by the Auditor General. I think those were the 2 that I missed, Chair.
Whether there was interference, Chair, there was also a question around the CAO and a bid evaluation committee.
CEO interfering in bid evaluation committee.
Yes, the PFMA grants the powers of procurement for the entire process to an accounting officer. And then it then says that the accounting officer must cause records to be kept, committees to be there, and appoint other staff members to assist the accounting officer. So the original power is with the accounting officer. So at no stage of the process can it be said that the accounting officer is interfering with a process that clearly is that of the accounting officer. There is an accounting principle of segregation of duties, and this will be embedded into the policies of whichever institution. It will determine who does what at what stage. Of course, based on that, if the accounting officer wishes to exercise a specific function of the process, they've got to first withdraw it from whoever they have delegated via that and say, now I will exercise it myself, which will seem strange. The issue is that once it is delegated, those delegated committees and what must comply with the policies of whichever the institution. And the reason it's done that way is so that the principle of segregation of duties is actually achieved. So if you were to test whether there has been interference or not, you need to test it against the specific policies of that institution. And in this case, it's an exercise we have not yet performed, Honorable Poole. Now that you have raised the question, we will look at the policies vis-a-vis the reports that will come out of the investigations, whether indeed at any stage there have been floundering of those policies and laid down processes.
Honorable Blose, followed by Honorable Makakula.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. As your guidance, if you are covered, I don't know if it was intimidation or what. But no, briefly, Chair, honestly, I think majority of the members have articulated most of the issues, Minister, and you have responded. But I think what is of concern is that it does seem as if we are sort of shifting, you know, the holding of accountability of the CEO to the appointment of the new board. But then you've explained it, and it's not sufficient. But it's the explanation you are giving, and we'll accept it at this point. Because it does seem, Minister, that I'm not hearing the ministry, you know, alerting that there are serious concerns that are within the entity. Because these allegations, that's what they seem to raise, even though some of them may not have been concluded, as we are saying, and you cannot really take a final decision on it. But I'm not hearing the minister or the ministry saying these allegations are a concern for us. Because if you look at, for instance, the ERP program, if it's just going to be, you know, the budget is reallocated from 20 to 144 million, that on its own is a red flag, you know. But you are saying to us, no, then you need the board to then come back and give you a report on the re-evaluation and all of that. And I think for me, that is also not sufficient. And then the greatest concern is then that the husband of the CEO is within the IT business. Now, it then tells us then why then this re-evaluation was made. That's the assumption, that's the allegation. And you are then not speaking to the satisfaction of the members in terms of raising that as a concern. I think that's where the challenge is. You know, you want to sort of get it at the end, because now when we come to the end and we hear that the husband has gotten this tender, it's a different issue now. The money is gone and all of that. And I think most of the members were raising these issues to say, can we not be proactive in approach rather than being reactive? Maybe the final 2 points, Chair, as I close. The ex-gratia payments, did the ministry actually reject this because of the pressure that was on the media? Because these things were written by relevant media articles. And did you also not see this as a concern? That's a board that has not performed to the satisfaction of the ministry or of its targets. They didn't even meet that target, but they are coming and looking for ex-gratia payments. There again, we are saying, even though it was rejected, that the payments might not have been done. But do we not see that as a red flag and, try to get some sort of accountability to say, why is this even required? And I appreciate, Minister, then the broader perspective to say, no, let's go and look at the entity and see how we can boost the morale, because just giving people money was not actually going to help us with anything. And then the so-called credit card. Your new employee here, Honorable Mpiti, actually said there's a report. He was hired in front of us.
Honorable
Chair.
Mpiti, you are highly protected.
Chair, he was offered a job in front of us. So he didn't even deny. So
he was doing his oversight duties.
I don't know, Chair.
Okay, continue,
Let me
Honorable
finish up,
Blose.
Chair. But I heard the minister offering him a job. He didn't deny, Chair. So I don't know. So I was saying that credit card or the pre-funded card, there is an investigation that was obviously done, and it listed certain transactions. So it seems as if you didn't look into that far enough. Because it does seem as if there is misuse of those funds. And really, the question is not whether it's there's a credit facility or what. The question is that there are states funds there that are being misused. And that's where the concern is. Thank you very much, DG and Minister.
Honorable Magakula.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I think we're disadvantaged, some of us, because we're discussing an issue which was brought by an invisible person, and without any evidence attached to that letter. And now, with the information we're getting from the department, we're relying on that information. I would say if that person was not invisible, would ask for further information to say that in whatever he is or she has raised, where are the evidence? And also would say the department should go and check or investigate if that person was not part of the people who were having interest to be CEO of the unit. And if that's the case, would be saying that he or she is Peter because she was not appointed. But unfortunately, we don't have all that information. But that would be the case because the issues which are raised are like that too personal. And checking also if the staff morale is low after the CEO has been appointed, who's influencing the staff? And before, what was the morale of the staff? And lastly, also, second of last, is that in case of a budget, my understanding is that the CFO is in charge of a budget. But angazla isebenza kanjani. Lastly, in the issue which has been raised by Honorable Mpiti, that the case is now with the public protector. With the little information I have, is that if the case has been taken further than the other structure, it means it has been taken away from the department. It's now with the public protector. And if that is the case, we can't discuss it. We have to wait for the results or the outcome from the public protector and deal with the outcome. Because now we'll be discussing while the issue is there, and the outcome or the results which will be discussed, even the incoming board does not have any power anymore to discuss this issue until the results of the public protector. Like minister have said that there are cases which were taken by Inehau to court and disempower her to continue with what she was going to do. So Natis was disadvantage and taking our powers back. We must bow to the outcome of the public protector because he's also now on the high level. Unfortunately, if Bessie so Kuluma Sibuze, Honorable Mpit, unfortunately, Aksuye wabhalilet. Besombuzo ukuthi yena uzithathe yonke information. Unfortunately, we don't have that power because he's not the one who has brought the issue on the law. It's an invisible somebody. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I would answer, but I will give the rightful people to answer. I have my own understanding.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Blosse, I was trying actually to check the date I had met in discussion with the CEO, where I categorically indicated that in our discussion technically with the ministry helping my office, the ministry and technical helping my office in relation to ex gratia and why we think it is not. It has nothing to do with the media. It has nothing to do with the media and the media pressure, no. Hence, even the reason, in fact, Didi Jingongo, in her trail of the performance and the quota reports that she always compile for our mentor in the management of entities, key issues that gets to be highlighted, they have nothing to do with whether there is external. Hence, you might have not even picked up about the issue of Nehau, which I just made an example, which is one of the issues that they've been dealing with very closely, but because there isn't what Mama Kakula is talking about here and making it very difficult for us to understand the environment. And Chair, I didn't mention it lightly, honestly. It's precisely because you walk into an environment, and I think even my takeaway from on this matter, when management briefed me, the very same exco, I think it was the 9th or so of December, after I just got into office, when I got the briefing led by the CEO with regard to NHFC, there were quite a number of worries. There were worries with PPRA as well, and the cases that they were having. Quite an extensive discussion, which actually did not even focus on the work itself. It focused more on stability, food finding before you could even brief a minister about work, which to me was a worrying point and remains a worrying point. So, Honorable Blosse, I don't share the concern that you have that we are not worried. We are. Maybe we can't demonstrate it. But when we are responding to questions, for example, we worried ourselves to even going beyond what the question or the allegation will be about. I've never spoken in other entities to a single employee, but at NHFC I've picked up a phone myself because I was receiving among some of the complaints which were not anonymous. I called the person myself. I said, look, I don't want the DG to be the first one to call me. You must know that the DG has been delegated by me. Me and him this morning had a discussion about the letters you have written directly to me, and they worry me. And this is what we have come to, a resolution that must happen. The DG will take over from here. That's a worry, that's a concern, precisely because I don't want one of my staff members to engage with me and feel like, oh, Minister, wang neglect or wang ignore. But I went to that extent to say, your concerns matter to me, and I will create an environment that they can be thoroughly investigated. What I'm saying, honorable members, here is I need a body that by law is supposed to look into these issues, refer them to me for finality, rather than I be a player and a referee at the same time. And I'm cautioning myself, whereas when one of the anonymous says, Minister, you seems to be liking DTG Ngongo actually, and you take anything that she recommends to you, which seems to be protecting some individuals who are at NFHC, the CEO in particular. So let it go, so that when I come to you, Honorable Makakula, you say to me, did you apply your mind, and why have you arrived at this decision? I don't say to you, well, I sanctioned an investigation, and Princess said to me, oh, well, this is not an important thing, Minister, and I then closed it. No. I need to be able to come back to you here and say, this is the circumstance. It's a situation which all of us collectively has to try, find, and resolve. But to be direct with you, Honorable Makakula, I did get the sense, and if you will recall my words, I hope they were verbatim, written somewhere in our last portfolio when we were dealing with the APP. It is not a normal environment. It is not a normal environment at NFHC. You will recall I said, I'm accompanied here by 2 young girls. And sorry for my disrespect, they're not girls. I meant women, who I carry a responsibility to support, not in wrongdoing, but in them executing the task. There's an anonymous complaint, for example, which says the CEO took a meeting in a shower or in a bath. Minister, investigate. I did. Because I can't undermine anything. Look at it preliminary. Where is the proof that is attached that this person took? I would assume if she was home or wherever, it would have been on Zoom. Please provide me with the proof. There's nothing. But it's written here, Honorable Simelane took a meeting of Zoom in a bath. Mind you, anonymous, you can't engage with anonymous. But if there was this, it could even indicate. So what does it mean? It means I must go to NFHC and say, all your online meetings, who was the recorder? Bring them. And then we go through. That's what we have done. But we will not bog you down with all that. But that's the level in which we have taken the issues that are happening at NFHC seriously. So when we talk about 7 identified trips, for example, they were not identified in the complaint. We went to the annual financial statement with the annual report. We looked for whatever changes that could have happened from the original. We picked them up. But the measure we are using doesn't tell us, because it's annual, it could be for everybody, if this directly talks to the CEO or any other employee. What are we saying to the board? We are saying, there is a complaint. This is what we have picked up. Please pull this which we have seen and apportion it and find the reasoning. If then this is not caring, then it means we are not really sure. I don't know, Chair, Honorable Blose, I am so concerned about NFHC. The same with the credit, or we were just putting a context, because ordinarily it's wrong for the entity to have a credit card. So which becomes a starting point of your investigation preliminary. How do these ones own a credit card when it's not allowed? Then you ask those relevant questions, you turn them. I do get your point. It's not necessarily important. We must look into the use of whatever card and the money, which is state money, and the activities. We did not end there. We went to an extent of saying we identified the 38K, which we are forwarding. The complaint was not even saying, it was saying, look into all the trips. We went all the way, then we picked up. So, and we are giving it here to the committee. We are saying, we are referring 38K. That's a concern that was raised to us. I went to an extent of checking why was there a trip in Egypt. I understood she was part of the ministerial trip. The minister was in Egypt. And what was the trip about? So we might be summarizing just to give the essence, but we've given thorough considerations into all the issues. But what remains to me and is fundamental, beyond the investigations and all, is to make this entity viable, stable, so that it can perform its functions.
Thank you. I'm getting a complaint from Parliament that you must speak directly into your mic because they are recording. Honorable Ditebe, followed by Honorable Khakile.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hope that I'm obliging, speaking directly into the mic. Chairperson, allow me to foreground my input with some prefatory remarks, and the first one being that we regard the response by the Minister and the DG as comprehensive.
No longer speaking directly.
Okay. I'm saying, Chairperson, allow me to foreground my input with some prefatory remarks, and the first one being that we regard the response by the Minister and DG as comprehensive, honorably straightforward and frank to the very serious allegations being leveled against the NHFC CEO, insofar as a strict observance of principles of good corporate governance must be observed, and to the extent that this must become a permanent feature of the life of the National Housing Finance Corporation. Most importantly, the NHFC must be transitioned into a fully fledged Human Settlement Development Bank to perform in terms of its mandate as per the first presentation on the first home finance and other mandates. And of course, we welcome all efforts that are made to provide institutional and governance support to all entities to avert sleazy endeavors and promote untrammeled probity within the NHFC and other DHS entities. So that's, Chairperson, we do this equally to be honorable, to avoid the trap of the Goebbelsian principle that repeating a lie so many times that it becomes widely accepted, even if it's demonstrably false, is unacceptable, without seeking to sweep anything under the carpet. Recommendations, Chairperson, as the ANC, we recommend to the Minister and her delegation that an action plan to process all outstanding matters relating to this investigation must be completed within 3 to 4 months, cognizant, of course, of the challenges that Honorable Makakula stated earlier in the context of the referral of this matter by Honorable Mpiti to the Office of the Public Protector. In particular, Chairperson, we would like to urge the Minister and the Department to use the Risk Management Office to train and retrain staff on the Protected Disclosures Act 26 of 2000. And again, I reference the points that Honorable Makakula made and the Minister about people that are nameless. We do understand sometimes people may be afraid, but that law is there to protect employees that may be of the view that the law is being broken, so it is the law that protects them. Lastly, Chairperson, we must engage, that the NHFC must engage change management processes at the workplace to recalibrate and restore all broken parts of relations across the board. Particularly if you look at the example that the Minister gave about an allegation of the CEO being involved in a meeting while she was in a shower and there being no proof to that effect. It is quite clear that there's a huge trust deficit, and change management will go a long way in healing that psychological space. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kakakil.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a bit worried about the contact of Honorable Mpiti, Chair, through you. I am not sure as to what is it that he is trying to achieve. To prove the incompetency of the committee, the incompetency of the minister, the incompetency of the department. It cannot be proper that he is having everything pertaining to the entity. And I also pity the CEO, a young woman whom the department is trying to empower. Emancipation of women, it is our role. And we must make it a point that it is happening and we support, not to destroy. It cannot be proper that you are a CEO, but it's like you are naked. Everything from your entity is throughout the media. Worst part, honorable member, is having those things, not sharing with other members. We were all supposed to be having the very same information. Though that classified information, even the minister does not have. And with...
Order.
Chair, it was Honorable Betty who just said questions must be posed to the minister too. Now she's making reflections on me, which cannot be allowed to stand, because I can make reflections on her as well. And that wouldn't be fair. So she should ask her questions and not make reflections about my conduct in this committee as a member of this committee. That is unfair, and I'd like you to rule on that. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Kakakil, let's not focus on individual members. Let's make our input.
This whole thing is focusing on one person, the CEO. And who is pushing it? Let me leave it. And then why is it happening? Only between the person and our mighty God knows. But one day the truth will be relieved, Chairperson. Let me go to the presentation and welcome the presentation. But as ANC, we are willing and we are going to make it a point that all women are supported. But we are not going to support any misconduct, especially when it comes to financial misconduct. And the issue of bullying, Chair, in our institutions, we do have people who cannot be managed. And there are different styles of managing. And when you combine the democratic and autocratic, you are going to win. And I strongly feel that what the CEO did for that entity to take it from 19 to 59, it shows leadership. But we don't have to overlook other things, but we need to give somebody a space to work, not to be like policing whatever that person is doing. Chairperson, with regard to the office, irregular office space, irregular procurement of office space, maybe like DG has has responded very well to it, but even in our reports and even in that presentation, it is clear, it is indicated that the entity has submitted. Because in that report, it was saying no information submitted. But in the very same report, response is the information has been submitted to the Treasury, National Treasury, as well as to the AG. And both institutions are supposed to conduct a review. I will appeal to this committee that we give those two institutions to conduct their review, and they will give a report back to the board, and the board must be informed that the recommendations from both institutions must be implemented. And then the ex gratia, I'm not going to say much about it. I fully support the recommendations from the department that it must not be paid. But I only have one concern with regard that issue, Chair. The anonymous person indicated that the CEO was paid. Was paid. If the committee can be clarified as to if was or was not, and then if it was, because at times you won't get the truth. What is the department going to do about those who were supposed to get and they did not get, and who implemented the payment without the concurrence of the minister? And then credit card, I'm not going to say anything about it because the investigation is there. But from the report we received from the DG, it was clear that the issue of credit card was investigated and nothing wrong was found from the CEO. According to the report, she never used the credit card for personal use. It was only for entity-related matters. But I'm not sure if there is another report which indicates how the CEO used credit card, the entity's credit card for personal use. Chair, the minister and the department must make sure, in conclusion, that the incoming board really stick to the recommended priorities, which is forensic investigation, compliance and governance improvements, sustainable staff engagement, and transparent leadership practice. Chair, on this issue, we need to be updated on regular basis, at least quarterly, to check as to how far is the board attending to this matter. And in conclusion, lastly, Chair, the board must be made aware that they must go down. They must dig deeper to find the root cause of the problem. And if we have ill-disciplined employees, some people, they will be ill-disciplined and they will use it whistleblowing. Those people, they must be dealt with. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do you want to say something? Are you covered? Covered. Okay. Minister.
Okay, thank you, Chair. There's just one issue Honorable Blosser raised and I forgot to touch on it. We are saying we are going to apply extraordinary measures in terms of the IT 20-144, particularly that there is an allegation before it is even awarded, such that we avoid conflict of interest. It does not mean that we are. So we're having an issue which has a complaint on the table which has not yet been adjudicated. So the interesting question also is, how do you know that Princess is going to get this tender? Maybe it could mean that you have seen something, or there is, we'll try and get that to be looked into in our due diligence. And the DG explained that we have taken, because of the amount it involves, not only to be done by us, but to bring the GTEC team of National Treasury as well, so that we both comb, the due diligence, possibly nothing of that nature will pass through. Honorable, there is no payment that we are aware of in ex gratia. There was no concurrence that was granted. DG did indicate we would request the board to look into the time and everything of the payments which regards to what has been made, in particular to the CEO, because the allegation is that then it means HR would have paid the CEO only, or maybe herself and her friends, if that's what it means. But there was no, and if there was payment, then that clearly amounts to a misconduct because the approval journey and the process was not adhered to because there was no concurrence, including the closeout report. The closeout report, if I recall very well, landed on my table on the 25th of March, and the board was concluding on the 28th. And it was saying, please pay by end April, Honorable Bloss, just to even give you the dates that by the time the article was written, that decision was long arrived at that there's no payment that is going to be made. The board ended in March, and the month end of April was their anticipation. So it is easy, honorable members, to go and track just that period up to extendedly now and see as to whether our human resources payment are aligned into just salaries and salaries only. The credit card, may I just articulate it properly? The investigation referred it, yes, for further investigation. It says we can pick up these transactions. Nothing so far indicates to be personal. But look at transaction, one of them that I will recall is at Game. And the explanation from the CEO and the team is stationary and whatever. So we must now go and be auditors and look for the slip of Game. Right? That's what the team say in essence. We can't be conclusive. We've done the investigation. These are the transactions. Please go further into them. Don't ask me why they said that. I'm saying that's what was said. That's what was handed over as a report in terms of the investigation with the utilization of the cards. We then looked into that. Some of the issues we couldn't also be able to go and delve into them, but thought, okay, we'll carry the recommendation into the looking of the highlighted transactions that the external service provider looked into and come into a conclusive report. Honorable Ditebe, as we move towards closure, linking with the root cause of the discomfort, I agree that we need to make sure that we observe the corporate governance in all the decisions that we are taking. Key to our mandate is to ensure that we create stability so that there could be space and time for work. In our opening remarks, we did indicate that our view is that we should give, but I like how you're putting it, and I think that's how I've recorded it as well, that as a department, we must come back with a clear action plan, which we will give to the board. And you suggested 3 to 4 months that we need to be able to do that. And the issue, of course, with regard to the training of staff, I think it is of importance. I'm linking it up with the issue of what Honorable Princess has raised as well in relation to staff survey and what Honorable Kihagilwe says, what causes this discomfort at the workplace, what the closing report of the board says with regard to low staff morale, so that we come with a well-intended package on how do we move this entity now beyond the 50+% that it is on to what is acceptable form of delivery. Otherwise, if first housing and any other thing becomes a pipe dream if we don't deal with the issues of the discomfort that the entity has. So we need really, as you say, Honorable Diteb, a change management process, which I will observe closely to make sure that it is undertaken, yet putting accountability at the fore. If there are areas that I lifted, the DG clearly indicated it. We hold no brief. We are compelled by law to ensure that we deal with those issues. Chair, I find no, I'm thinking in Swati more than in English now. Honorable Mpiti, I find nothing wrong by reporting to the public protector. I will abide, as I had said. So far, the AG has not, I'm sorry, the public protector has not written anything or has not yet contacted us. But I want to give assurance to honorable members, all of you, that immediately the public protector, in one way or the other, seeking interviews, seeking for documents or anything, I will also make sure that the entity itself avail itself to the AG, to the public protector. It's one angle that could also help us in the midst of all of us trying to be coming close into this. I agree, of course, Honorable Mpiti, with Honorable Kirakilwe, that working in a team, maybe, I don't know, you may not be free to do it with other ministers. I'm one of those who really don't mind. I'm actually, if you don't have my number, I do exchange with ease. I wouldn't take it personal or wrong that someone says to me, hey, you know, I'm not happy about this, I'm doing this. It's not compulsory. But if you want to highlight a thing to me, so that I don't come to honorable members, because if I knew, I would have heeded what Honorable Makakula said. I was going to write to the chair as you invite me and say, Chair, I now can't ventilate on these issues. They're now sitting at this table and I want to accord the investigation to run. And that is why it was important to me to mention it to the team that I'm not yet in the know. Otherwise, it is not that it is wrong. It could have been avoided if we knew, I think all of us, but here it is now, we will still be, remain accountable to the public protector as a Chapter 9 institution that is supposed to ensure that there's accountability and stability in government for its implementation at the department. My concluding remarks, Chair, thank you very much. I've learned a lot from you. I'll come again. For more grilling. I'll come again, but as I said in the last portfolio, honorable members, I learn as well, and I come here with the spirit that you can also educate me in the work that I'm doing, and I will always appreciate that opportunity to brought to accountability and oversight by you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for the engagement. I think we have different roles. Otherwise, from this side, we are elected public representatives. And I think this issue is being taken up because it involves taxpayers' money. So I think members are trying to exercise their oversight role. The minister also, as a member of the executive, has his or her oversight roles to play. The public protector, as an institution supporting democracy, has that office has its role to play. The court also has its role. But in terms of the rules of parliament, only things that are before the court of law cannot be engaged with. If an issue is before the court of law, as members of parliament, we may not engage with. We are happy with the attitude of the minister to be able to do her oversight role, and where there are issues to be addressed, the minister is able to address that. But honorable members, not everything can be written in the book of law. And even when we operate, when we lead, when we manage on a daily basis, if we are bookish, if you do everything in a form of being bookish, you'll never succeed. And I want us to say, the DDG is overseeing on behalf of the DG and the minister some entities. Sometimes it's good to have a motherly discussion, a fatherly discussion, so that you share experiences. Because when staff of human settlements are there, they see you as their mother minister, they see you as their father. We also have surrendered our partners to that institution for that day or so. So we're coming with different characters, we're coming with different attitudes. You need a leader who will be able to lead and make sure that everybody, obviously you can't satisfy everybody. If you want to satisfy everybody, then you won't succeed. No job will be done. Somewhere you need to crack the whip. We still want to understand why staff of NHFC are refusing to go to the office. I'm still having that, unless if it is resolved. But I still have that report that the staff are refusing. And the union is saying they are going to spend money in terms of transport to go to work. So I'm just mentioning those things that leadership is something that is not easy, but let us support one another. Let us assist each other. The minister has given us time frames that by the end of June, she's hopeful, if all things go according to plan, the board will be in place. Immediately that board is in place, the minister says she will give them 30 days to focus on this thing, so that they give a report in 30 days. There were also other suggestions to say to do other things, change management processes, organizational review, and so on. Within a period of 3 to 4 months, you are able to do that, because for as long as you live with people who are not happy, there will be no performance. As a portfolio committee, we'll be ruthless in doing our oversight, but we won't step into an area that is not ours. Things that are not in our purview, we'll leave them to you. But when we do oversight, we'll make sure that we touch everything. So, being at a workplace, the employer must come to the party, the employees must come to the party. And again, remember, when you deal with issues of discipline, it's not a court of law. You don't need to prove beyond any reasonable doubt that I've said. But in court, you must prove beyond any reasonable doubt that there was and I don't think even the public protector proves beyond any reasonable doubt. That's why her report is reviewable. So, but at the same time, our laws protect whistleblowers. If they feel they are not safe to identify themselves, they can't. We must respect that. And we will also call upon, because I remember when we discussed this issue with Minister Gubai, she was raising red flags that it may not be NHFC, but in other entities, when people have raised issues, they are being targeted in one way or the other. So it shouldn't be like that. But like members said, we accept the report as you put it. Immediately the board is appointed. There's work done by the new board. We'll get this report so that ultimately we put this matter to finality. And we're all doing this because taxpayers' money is involved, and we're elected to make sure that we take the concerns of our people who elected us to Parliament into account. Having said that, I think we can call it a day. And thank you, Minister, and your delegation, DG, and your delegation, honorable members. Thank you very much for coming, Honorable Blosse. This is a very good.
No, thanks, Chair. So where are you taking us after the committee?
I'm taking you to Good Hope.
Chairman.
Let's meet at Good Hope after this meeting. Thanks very much. The meeting stand adjourned.
Sorry, Chair. Chair,
Yeah?
Unopale shared some information about us going that side.
Right.
This side.
No, go to Good Hope. I'll find you there.
Chairperson, Uplose says he wants to replace Mbali Dlamini. He said